Sending data. Oh, it's chilly today. Very cold in here. Temperature is about 17 degrees, I think, in here. Right. Wait for that to confirm it's connected before we start. Oh, I need more desk space. I'm crammed on. Right. Right, streaming. We are live. Right, so today I wanted to do, well, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. I've got until 12 before I have to start making lunches. Today I wanted to test the effect of eCores. So my new CPU, 14900KS, has got 16 eCores, so which is a bit crazy, really. 16 eCores, so it's got 8 P cores and then 16 eCores. Yeah, so 8 P cores, all running at 5.9 right now, and then I'm running balanced, so it's just downclocked it. The power plan, and then 16 eCores, which is pretty crazy. So I'm going to have a look at the effect of turning some of these off, because they're obviously drawing a load of power, and as such they're adding a load of heat, and too much power is bad for your CPU, especially when you're gaming. I don't think you need all these eCores. What was I running? I was running unlimited FPS in Fortnite last night, and I was only seeing most of these eCores were like 1 to 4% utilized. Most of them. A couple of them did peak 10s and 40s. That one, the last one, tends to be busier for some reason. But I reckon you can probably get away just running 4 eCores for the whole OS in the background, and then all your game you run on the P cores. So I reckon that's the play. So we're going to test this. So we're going to run Fortnite Replay with all the eCores on, then half of the eCores off, so that's 8, and then I'm going to do 4, and then I'm going to do 2. Well, no, actually, should I do 4 and 0? I think 2's a bit extreme, isn't it? Let's do 4 and 0. So we're going to do 16, 8, 4 and 0 eCores. Because honestly say, I don't think you need these while you're gaming, other than just running a few background processes, and that could probably be all right even on 2. Or should I do 16, 8, 4, 2 and 0? You try that. I've reset all the processor through rules as well, so no cheating with moving processors around. They're pretty much just standard. All right, so let's go. Let's turn this off, and let's start with the Cinebench, because we can see the difference in Cinebench as well as we go down. So we run this. See what we get. Normally around 41. But I have had the computer running for a while now, so it might be a bit lower. It might be in the 40s. We'll see. Sounds like the computer's taking off. Yeah, 41290. So let's write some of these down. So eCores. So we want Cinebench. So we're starting with 16 eCores, aren't we? Cinebench gets 41,290. Do I want to take any other measurements? Probably not. I could take latency mon, but latency mon's a bit of a fudge with eCores because it's averaging across everything. So I'm not sure that's a valid test anymore with all these eCores using latency mon. Hey Deo, how you doing? age, very old. Right. Right, so Cinebench, that. So we're going to do a fortnight run as well. There's not much point in doing latency mod, but we can do it. It's not really useful information, it's just more curious. Right, 2.7 and 1.1-ish. 2.7, 1.1. I've only got an hour to do all this, so I've got to be quick. 2.7/1.1. Right. So, should we close this? What shall I do? Right. Next we need to run a fortnight test, don't we? So let's start up fortnight. Now I've already done this last night, but what I didn't want to do, because that was easy anti-cheat, and now we're running Battle Eye Day, I noticed. So I want to start this from scratch. So I've already done full and half, but I want to start this from scratch. So to make it fair, just for your information, this is what it looked like for the results last night. So this is with all cores, and this is with half the E-cores. And half the E-cores was much better performance. Hey there, boy. So we're going to do the whole lot. We're going to do 16, 8, probably 4, probably 2, and then 0. Yeah? We have to reboot each time, obviously, because I'm going to be turning off the extra E-cores in the BIOS. And then we'll rerun the same test again. That's the plan. That is the plan. Right, so look, I've got all of these going. Have I got all of them on? Yeah, so you see the P cores there, it's hyper-threading on as well, which is why there are 2 percentages next to each other. So the main core and then its thread, the main core and then its thread, the main core and then its thread. And then you've got all E cores, so 9 to 24, so 16 of them. And we can keep an eye on the package watts as well. So the whole point of this is to reduce the amount of power draw and thereby reduce the temperatures and thereby increase the performance. Because as I say, these aren't being used. Look, 0s and 5s, and so all they're doing is drawing power and adding heat while you're gaming. So if you're just running a gaming machine, you're better off turning off some of these E-cores if you've got loads of them. Right, okay. So let's go. So let's, I set up a benchmark replay last night. So it's a 3-minute replay. I'm hoping I don't have to run it through twice. It was all 1s, wasn't it? Why am I under the ground? That's weird. Right, ready, steady, go.
Capture started.
No, I haven't done that yet. I'm starting to think, Kento, that with these E-cores, maybe I shouldn't be prioritizing background tasks because I'm moving background tasks onto E-cores. So maybe Fortnite or the game should then have a higher priority separation, not a lower one. The lower one basically focuses on the background process. I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this wrong. I'm not doing gameplay.
Capture finished.
Yes, thank you. Go again. That's why I was under the ground. Let's start again.
Capture started.
Yeah, so maybe a higher priority is better for gameplay once you've moved all the background processes off onto the E-cores. So maybe it's better that way. So I'm going to be retesting those again. Because obviously on my old computer I didn't have any E-cores, So the background processes were kind of competing with the game, and so giving them a higher priority actually kind of made the game then smoother because the background processes went through quicker. You can see my temperatures are what, in the 50s and 60s right now. There's a couple of 40s for the E-cores. That's not too bad. So this is with all the E-cores on. I was getting a massive drop in temperatures when I did this last night. As I say, I didn't want to continue my tests from yesterday because yesterday was an easy anti-cheat day and today's a BattlEye day. So BattlEye typically gives me top end maybe 50 to 100 FPS more on a BattlEye day. It's crazy. I want to make this into a YouTube video as well, a proper one, because this is big. If I establish the kind of impact of E-cores on stability, temperatures, power draw, performance for the game, then I don't think anyone else has tested this. The only things I've seen is people going into various games running one, I don't know what they're even running in the game, but they either have all E-cores on or all E-cores off. There's no kind of in between. So I think you can probably get away. Let me look at these numbers for E-cores right now. Look at the percentages, the first number after the E's. So 6, 6, 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, and they're mostly single, they're all single digits. The biggest one is probably always the end one, the 24E one at the bottom. That's typically the highest, and that's like 23, 14. So I reckon we can squish all of that stuff onto, probably get it onto 2, but I think 2's probably stretching it. So maybe 4. So I reckon I will end up with 4 E-cores at the end of this. I think that will be the best one. Right, let me have a look at that result before, otherwise I'm going to have to run it again. I don't think I needed to do any shader cache. Let's have a look. That was the one we got wrong. Let's just have a quick look at this to see what it looks like. So if only there's one spike there, but that's pretty typical. 359.2, 359.4. Okay, yeah, easy anti-cheat day versus thingy day. That's not very smooth when they do that. Yeah, that looks all right. I don't think we need to rerun that again. That looks okay. All right, so we've got 16 E-cores. Yeah, 16 E-cores. That's what we're going to call this. So now we're going to go into the BIOS. We're going to turn off half of the E-cores. We're going to go from 16 down to 8. And we're going to run exactly the same test again. So I'm going to lose you for a bit because you can't see, with the configuration I've got set up at the moment, you can't see the BIOS when I restart. So you'll still get me. You'll still get me. Have a loop video to keep you going while you wait. There we go. That's my new PC. Loop the video. It takes so long to shut down this computer and restart. I don't know why it takes this long. It's like my old computer, you could restart literally in about 20 seconds. This one, about 2-3 minutes. I haven't got a clue what it's doing, why it's taking so long to restart these days. Come on, give me your little white thing on the motherboard. Come on. Oh, this is so slow. This is all we're doing is restarting right now, and it's still not got to the restart bit. It's the shutting down, I think, that takes so long. What's it doing on shutdown? Doing something weird. What is it doing? It's like an orange little light. What is he doing? It's so weird, this new computer. Okay, here we go. No, it's not starting up yet. We're still shutting down. I haven't got to the startup bit. Okay, now it's coming up. Now it's coming up. Got the white light. It's the shutting down. Something weird is happening on the shutting down. Right. All right, I'm in the BIOS. OC, advanced CPU configuration, active eCores. We're going to change it from all to 8. Active eCores, then press F10 to save configuration. And we'll start back up again. Yeah, my old one was fine. It's the shutting down. I don't know whether it's doing some weird thing with shadow copies or something and it's backing stuff up, or I don't know what it's doing. It's really weird. Oh, it's that power down mode on your memory. Maybe it's the memory doing some kind of weird power down thing. I'm on a 4-DIMM board with 2 memory sticks, yeah. But I was on that before, so see what the difference is. All right, now it's okay. Now it's cycled back to the beginning again, where it asks you to do the BIOS, whether you want to go on again. Okay, now the keyboard's lighting up. Now I've got a login screen. Hey. All right. We're back in the room. Okay, so now we have... This takes a long time as well. When the computer first starts, this initializing kernel driver takes ages. If I start this up later on, I don't know, 2 minutes after the computer started, it will go straight through really fast. But something is putting this in like a queue, or there's a queue for drivers or something. It takes ages. Hardware info. Right, so that we've now got half the number of eCores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8 eCores now, and the rest P-cores. So we should be drawing less power. We'll find out when we run the replay in a minute. So let's run a quick Cinebench. Assuming the computer's, let's let it settle a little bit. Make sure I've only been up for a minute. Yeah, everything. Yeah, it does start instantly after a minute or two after everything's done. But that's crazy how delayed stuff is. It really annoys me. I mean, everything's instant after the computer's been running for a few minutes. But at the beginning, it's like everything's in a queue waiting. Really annoying. Right, 2 minutes should do it. All right, we are in performance mode right now, aren't we? Really? Where's Cinebench? Where's Cinebench? Induce performance mode, please. Oh, hang on. Stop. I need to answer the door quickly. Exclude from Pro Balance. All right, minimize that. And start. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Go answer the door. Go back. Oh, all I had to do was move the trampoline for the gardener. That's all. Right, okay, so 33157. 33157. Close that. Then let's just do a latency mod, not that that makes any difference. I'm out of breath now, it's been running around. Okay, so yeah, I was imbalanced, Denzo. I was imbalanced. Now I'm in bits high performance, so no grays. I was in balance mode, which is why I was doing that. Balanced power plan. I have that as the default, and only when you introduce performance mode does it switch to this one. That's what was going on there. Right, so I'm really unfit. So now 2.3 and 0.8. Right, let's save that, close that. Let's go again. Look, watch. When I open this now, instant. I don't know why it goes slow at the beginning, but yeah, I know. As I say, as I explained to you, balance mode, look, will grey stuff out because it's balanced power plan. Only when you induce performance mode does it auto switch to the Bitsum power plan, and then these get all unparked. That's why I have it balanced, because I'm trying to not basically break the bank on the power draw for my new computer. So desktop is balanced. If I'm gaming, it'll always be in performance mode. Yeah, you got it? So as soon as I open one of these, it will induce performance mode, and then these will all be unparked. Yeah. All right. So what am I doing next? I'm Fortnite here in Capture MX. Come on. Right. We need to run the replay again. I'd love to see you do an undervolt with throttle stop. I've done an undervolt in the BIOS, so I don't need to use throttle stop. So when I undervolt with throttle stop, I've got better temps and power uses through the BIOS, since throttle stop does a ring offset and peak or eCache offset. Yeah, I'm not doing that. No. I mean, I was playing with Intel XTU, which is kind of the equivalent to throttle stop, and I didn't like having that extra layer. I tended to get conflicts between what was in the BIOS and then what was in XTU, and it was causing a mess. So I'm not going to do stuff in the BIOS and then do something in a program afterwards as well. And I just don't know what conflict. So I'd rather everything was just done in the BIOS. I mean, it's good. Those apps are good for working out what you then need to put into the BIOS at the end, but I wouldn't run it normally. I mean, in my guide, I've got throttle stop there, really just to stop Defender interfering with the CPU usage. That's it, nothing else. All right, bench, play, confirm. So we're on 8 P cores, 8 E cores. T for time. 1111. Heads under the ground again. What's going on with that? Don't know. Ready, steady, go. This is with hyperthreading on. That's why there are 2 percentage numbers after the P cores. So the core and its thread, the core and its thread, the core and its thread. So hyperthreading is currently on. That's the next thing I will be testing. Turning off hyperthreading. I want to do E cores first though. I'm like, what have I missed? You missed everything too. Everything. So what I'm doing is I'm basically testing, my CPU has 16 E-cores, and I'm testing it with 16, and then I'm turning it down to 8, and then I'm turning it down to 4, and then I'm turning it down to 2. No, I'm not going to do 2 actually, I'm just going to 4 and 0. So 16, 8, 4 and 0. And we're actively testing what the performance difference is. And from my initial test last night, it's huge, the difference. Going from 16 to 8 E-cores, which are pretty bored. Look how bored they are. They're about 10 now, under 10% most of the time, or just over 10%. So they were like single digits when I had it at 16. So there's a load of E-cores all running up 4.5 gigahertz, pulling power, creating heat, and they're not doing anything while you're gaming. Just not doing anything. So I'm seeing how much I can shrink them down to reduce the power draw from the CPU, which reduces the heat, which actually increases the performance. So it's win, 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 win. Hey, Gray. It's going good. I've got half an hour before I need to make some lunch. So I'm going to try and get all these E-core tests in by then. Everything I've seen on YouTube is always E-cores on versus E-cores off. That's a huge range, and I want the operating system shoved onto the E-cores in the background so that the game can have exclusive access just to the P-cores and nothing else going on there. So that's what I want. So that big, huge either or is not really valid, because you want some E-cores if you can, so that you can move the system stuff over to it, the background stuff, and then the game can enjoy the full 8 P-cores all to itself. I always felt a certain amount of E-cores should be on. Yeah. Well, we're going to show that. I'm either going to go with 8 or I'm going to go with 4, I think, ultimately myself. But I mean, you can see the percentages at the moment, they're all about 10 or something. So, well, the bottom one was at 20-ish.
Capture finished.
All right, done. So have a look at the results. So this is with 8 E-cores. Let's just check it didn't have any weird spikes. That looks fine. Right, let's just have a quick look at the results so far. Oh, that's interesting. Today, 16 E-cores is actually better than 8 E-cores. That's interesting. Last night it was the other way around. Well, that's very interesting. What's the sensor data telling me? So CPU power average 151 versus 189. So obviously the 16 E-cores are pulling a lot more power. That's peaking at 214. With half of the E-cores off, it's now down to 191. Temperature's 57 there, and then 61. So the temperatures are coming down. So why is the performance worse? Why is the performance worse? Is it because the computer's just been running longer? Okay, core clocks. Max. See, I didn't hit any max thread loads here. Maybe the difference is I had a load of rules to force the operating system onto the E-cores before, and I'm now not using those rules. Okay, should we run that test again, or should we just go with it? I think we should probably just go with it. It doesn't look bad. So it was the other way around last night. All right, well, I think we should continue with the test. Plow on. Yeah. But lower power and lower temperatures was the takeaway there. which after the computer's been running for like 4 or 5 hours gaming, is going to make more of a difference because it's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. All right, so back to the BIOS, another 10 minutes to reboot. All right, back in a sec. So I don't know why this takes so long to shut down. I can hear the fans going down, but then what's it doing? Yeah, there is a program to easily dump all background tasks to eCourse. It's called Process Less U. I'll show you how to do it at the end. Come on, computer, why does it take this long to shut down? This is insane. It's still got all the lights on all the fans. It's basically just going without the monitor. But I've got no lights on the keyboard. What is it doing? It's got to be the motherboard doing something weird. I don't know. It takes so long. It's just an orange light on the motherboard at the moment with all the LED lights on. Everything's on. And an orange light on the motherboard. And now it's a red light on the motherboard. Now it's gone back to orange. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Still orange. See, it's only when it goes white that it starts booting up. This is crazy how long this takes. I don't know why it takes this long. I've got all those lights on that you can see there. They're all still on. All the fans are still going. It's just sitting with an orange light on. I mean, there are different like codes going on the motherboard's LED display. Okay, lights have all now gone off. I'm assuming that all the LED fans are still on. Now I've got a white light, so now it's starting back up again. At no point have all the LEDs gone, oh, memory overclock fail. What? Why did it do that? Memory overclock's been fine. Okay. I'm just going to assume it's just being weird. I'm going to take off the more eCores. 4. And then maybe it's something to do with the memory. No, it's always been slow even when I've done that. It's a memory training thing. All right. Anyway, we're going to go with 4 P cores and then let it boot up, and it'll do its memory training thing again. Okay. Now everything's turned off. All the lights gone off. Now it's coming back on again. Yeah, it's really weird. You know what I'm tempted to do? Because this is, I reckon I should completely wipe the hard drive and create my own operating system, because I'm wondering whether it's something CyberPower have done. There are some weird CyberPower drivers on here. So I'm tempted to wipe the hard drive completely and start again. Coming up. No. Well, yes and no. So it's a window. So they obviously ran some tests on it, some benchmark tests just to make sure it was stable before I got it. And then they leave it as the Windows 11 startup. So you basically just do all the normal Windows 11 stuff as you start it up. But I seem to remember when I got the other PC, I had some weird bloatware or something hiding in the background that I got rid of by just reinstalling everything from scratch. So yeah. I've said this lots of times on my channel, but 13th, 14th gen memory controller is bizarre. On day it can be stable, the next day it's not. You must do cold boot checks every now and then. Well, I'm doing memory training. Literally, I've set that to do memory training every single time right now. So it seemed to have failed. I don't even know. I mean, I ran all the memory tests. I ran all the stress tests on this the other day, and it was absolutely fine. Let's just have a look whether the timings have gone weird. 70, 72, 65, 66. Okay, they're within one of each other and they're within two of each other, so that's fine. That's normally a stability indicator. I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. All right, so let's just plow on. Watch hardware info. So that's gone through now because we've been up like a whole minute. So that's fine. So now we've got 4 E-cores and 8 P-cores, all running hyperthreading, by the way. Yeah. So let's now do a Cinebench. Do a silly bench. Go, go, go. Tune mine to 8,000 and done 25 hours of testing, and the next day it's not stable. Yeah, I don't know. I did have some weird stuff with my memory overclocking when I got my on my old computer. It's like the motherboard just sets different values each day. Even if you forced them, it can sometimes just say no, I don't want to do that. All right, so now we've gone down to 29,132. So you guys can see a bit better. 29,132. And latency mon. I need to make sure I'm in performance mode. Yep, okay. Will be 2.1 and 0.6 ish. 2.1, 0.6. Even though these really aren't reflective of latency in game, because the latency mon will be basically averaging across all the P cores and all the E cores. But the game itself, when you're running it, will only be using P cores. So these are kind of nonsense for if you're running E cores, because it just skews the results. It's not really an indicator of whether your latency is coming down or not, because it's not. But anyway. So that's just for my reference, really. No, don't take that as an indicator that the latency is coming down, because it's not. I wish there was a way of just getting latency across the P cores. I've tried that in latency mon, just selecting the first 8 cores, but it still seems to take it across all the cores, no matter what you set it on. I mean, the only way to do it is to turn off all of them. Right. So this is 4 E cores now. So let's go and rerun our test again in Fortnite. CapFrame X, that one. Sometimes I feel that it needs to rub off its engines. I don't know. These new processors just seem to have a mind of their own. I mean, I spent like 24 hours, 48 hours trying to just get this 14900 KS stable, because I'm not overclocking it. Out of the box, it's just not stable. Cinebench was crashing, Fortnite was crashing, so then you have to go into the BIOS and you have to restrict its amps, watts, light calibration load. If you change load line calibration mode, it crashes completely, so you have to leave that on auto. If you try and set that at any value, it crashes. So yeah, I've had a nightmare just getting this thing to stable, let alone performing well, just stable. How anyone else is buying this CPU, plugging it in, and they're not a techie, and then and they're not just sending it back, the computer's saying it's broken. I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably do a reinstall on the weekend, yeah. Yeah, so by default my BIOS is unlimited for watts, but now I'm limiting it to 320 because that's the performance, extreme performance spec for this processor, 320. If I didn't have the KS, I'd have to set it at 253 watts and 400 amps. All right, so there we go. We've got our E-cores, we got these. No, I haven't been playing with physically moving stuff over to the E-cores. I've just left everything default. So I just want to get, oh come on, really? Alt tab in. We'll move around everything at the end, see what we get. It's just weird that they can sell a processor that literally doesn't work unless you underclock it. It's weird that they can get away with that. Shouldn't be able to get away with that. I know Intel blame the motherboard manufacturers, but I think they secretly want the motherboard manufacturers just unlimiting it so that they can get better scores than AMD. Because if they do limit it, then they don't have better scores than AMD. So, I don't know, it's all very weird. All right, space, go. Right, let's have a look at these percentages. What's the percentages for the E-cores down the bottom? So what's that? 9 onwards. Oh, we just got a crash. Just frozen. Just frozen. Everything's just locked. Everything's just locked. Maybe that's the memory thing. Maybe I should be doing this on XMP. Maybe I am having memory problems. Well, the mouse is moving. Caps lock working. Caps lock still working. It's just Fortnite that's frozen. No, I wonder. It's the desktop manager that's doing it. Well, I think we are not happy. This is what I've been dealing with since I got this computer. It's just the BIOSes and the, I don't know, get me started on the BIOSes. Right, so this motherboard has Gen 5 PCIe SSD slot, right? It's on advertised. It's on the specs. But then you go into the BIOS and nothing goes beyond Gen 4. Nothing anywhere in the BIOS will let you set beyond Gen 4. So the BIOS doesn't work for the motherboard. It's just, I mean, they haven't updated the BIOS for the motherboard. Crazy. Why is nothing working? Okay. Well, there's the crash reporter. Task manager. It's like the desktop's just crashed. Can't get to task manager. Reset the BIOS and run stock and go from there, yeah. I'm wondering whether it's the overclock doing it. Been running fine for 2 days, that overclock, the memory. That's weird. Are you using the top NVMe slot? No, I'm not. It's the bottom one. The bottom one is the bottom left one is the Gen 5 one. And I specifically got a Gen 5 SSD. So Yeah, I mean, if CyberPower had if CyberPower had an option to just have a two DIMM slot for memory motherboard, I would have gone for it. But all they had was the MSI Ace and the Asus what's it called, Hero. Yeah, I mean, unless you're kind of my level and above technical ability, I mean, normal people don't stand a chance on this CPU if you bought this. They don't stand a chance. I'm pulling my hair out just to try and get the damn thing stable. So, what do we think crashed there? Do we think the CPU didn't like it? I don't like it. I don't know. Do we just try it again? I don't know what to do. I probably should be putting this back to XMP. I've only got 15 more minutes before I have to go on my lunch. Yeah, that's why normal people on forums and Reddit are crying. Yep. Yeah, this is crazy. Another thing that annoys me, right? All the BIOS settings, I mean, thousands and thousands of OC BIOS settings. Where are they documented? Anywhere. I mean, some of the my motherboard's manual doesn't even have a BIOS section. It has a hardware section, and then it doesn't have a BIOS section. I know Ship's Ship's is it Max Wi-Fi or something he's got. I can't remember which one he's got now. But his motherboard one has a hardware section and a BIOS section. So maybe I should just go and grab his motherboard. But so many of the options in there, they're literally not documented anywhere. So who knows how to actually do this stuff? It's like the BIOS motherboard manufacturers are putting all these features in, and they're not actually explaining what any of them do. And like we're meant to just know what to set. All right, let's run this again. If it crashes again, then I'm going to have to take off the memory overclock.
Capture started.
Do you port forward? No, do not. Problem with port forwarding, yeah, doing that on your router, is then if I've got multiple devices in this house trying to play Fortnite at the same time, then all the traffic can only go to one of them. So then what do? My son wants to play Fortnite at the same time, somewhere else, and you're port forwarding, then he can't. So no, I do not do port forwarding. It's just a hassle and doesn't really give you anything extra, so do not do that. Go and buy a gaming router if you want to do stuff like that. Have you seen the Intel failsafe setting using 1.7 core and asking for trouble? The Intel failsafe is using 1.7. I mean, I don't have the option of setting the failsafe on my motherboard. That's for Asus. That option's not there. So you have to manually set the short and the long power limits and the current. That's what you have to do to do the Intel failsafes, I guess. But there's no option for doing that in MSI, the BIOS. So you're saying then the failsafe, you're saying it's 1.7? That's crazy. this seems to be running through this time, but as how stable it is. Exactly the same. See what I mean? You just reboot twice and it's stable the second time. What? What are you meant to do with that? The whole basis of science is reproducible results. If you can't do that in this, then I'm almost certainly not just going to go with 4 cores. See, look, the biggest core in there is 26, the 12th E core. 21, 25%, 26%, 29%. They're loading them a decent amount now, the E cores. 31%. That last E core always seems to be the most loaded.
Capture finished.
Right. I've seen people on the web as well suggesting that you change priority of the desktop Windows Manager, DVM, and change that priority and then lower the priority and move it to eCores. I've managed to move it to eCores, but if you change the priority at all, you get loads of screen freezes, so definitely don't do that. I've been avoiding that. All right, so let's have a look. So this is now 4 eCores. Oh, can't spell cores. All right, let's have a look. Looks about the same. Comparison, that one, and that one. So 16's been the best, then 4, then 8. Yeah, this is consistent, isn't it? But look, the average is pretty much the same every time. Really not making a difference. I'm curious what temperature it's making a difference wise. CPU temps 56, 57, 61. So I think half the E-cores does a decent amount, but then going down to 4, dropping 1 degree centigrade. Look at well, let's have a look at the peaks. 66, 70, 72. It's coming down. What about the power draw? It's peaking at 168, 191, and then 214 for the 8. So the power draw is coming down, which should help with the. I don't know. Let's turn eCores off and see what we get now. So reboot again, turning off all eCores now. Did you manually put all programs to run on eCores manually one by one? You can do that. You can also do select all and then select which cores they run on with CPU sets in Processor C. That's a quick and easy way of doing it. Some won't let you do that, like system and registry won't let you set CPU sets. It's got to be the memory surely doing this. Yeah, it's awesome. I'll show you how to do it in a minute. Oh, come on, did I just miss the... I think I just missed it, or did I just miss it? Did I just miss it? Missed the BIOS page? I did miss the BIOS page. Damn. Gives you 1 millisecond to do it. So there are various things you can do in Processor C. You can right-click things and set them to efficiency mode. But the efficiency mode will try and put them on the eCores, which is good. But what it will also do is it will set the priority to idle. And some things you don't want as the default as idle. You want it kind of normal or whatever it normally runs at, but you still want it on the E-cores. So then you can use CPU sets, SETS, for those processes that you just don't want to set to idle priority. And then it will just kind of move them over to just to run on the E-cores. And you can pretty much do that with the entire Windows OS. All right, we're back in BIOS. Right, advanced CPU configuration, active E-cores. We're going to go 0, no E-cores. Then we can do F10 to save and go. Fast boot, you've got to be fast. Yeah, I think I've got fast boot off at the moment. Or do I? I can't remember. I don't think I've got memory fast boot off. I think I've got it on training every time. Yeah, sets of softer rules. Yeah, they are. But it seems to be work just as well as Affinity. So I wouldn't ever use Affinities now. The CPU set seems to work just as good and doesn't conflict with any kind of any anti-cheats or anything else. So sets are really good. So to say the difference is if you want things to then just be demoted to idle and run on E-cores, use the efficiency mode in Processor Suite. If you just want them moved to the E-cores, then just use CPU sets, and you can basically just do a select all and move everything. Right, we've got no E-cores, people. We've got 0 E-cores. Look how long this takes to start up. Look, watch this. It will just sit on initializing kernel driver. So it's obviously waiting for everything else to load first. Then it kind of scans what you've got. That makes sense? So if you do this too quickly at the beginning when the computer's starting up, it just sits there and waits for ages. So look, we've only got P-cores now. Only the P-cores. I think that voltage has come down, to be honest, since I've been taking away the E-cores. Haven't really been measuring voltages. Right. So let's do a Cinebench, no E-cores. Yeah. I think you need to format, what, my SSD? Maybe. It's not like I haven't done that a million times already with my trusty Windows 11 installer, so... Oh, there we go. I just got a clock watchdog timeout. Blue screen of death. It's just not stable, is it? Not stable. Not stable. Right, I'm going to show you guys my BIOS. Right, I'm going to pull out the display port so that when the BIOS starts, it only goes to my HDMI output, which routes to my capture card. So we can see the BIOS now. The annoying thing is I can't watch your chat and do this at the same time because I can only now see the BIOS through OBS on my streaming PC because it's gone through the capture card. So I need to put this on full screen so I can see it. All right, so I can't see a chat now. So yeah, so this is my BIOS. I probably should hide me. Tell me if you need me to hide me. OC, so what do we got? So these are the things I've had to do. So I could have used the CPU cooler that's kind of a preset for turning it down, but I thought I'd just leave it on the default for now and then just do it manually. So what I've had to do is I've had to, if we go into advanced CPU configuration. So look, I've just turned off all the E-cores. That was where I was just turning it off. You can set the number. Down here, you set the long duration and the short duration power limits. And by default, these are unlimited. So they can be pulling 500 watts. So the Intel spec, as I say, for my CPU up here is 320 for these two. So I've put them both on 320, and I've limited the amps to 400. So that can be pulling, I think, 512 up to otherwise. And the other thing I've had to do to get it stable is this, the CPU light load control. That's when basically it's on idle. And if you have normal for this, which is the default, and then you try and run a Cinebench, it'll just instantly crash. So you have to change this to Intel default just to get it stable. And I've not seen that anywhere on the YouTube or the web. No one's mentioned this one at all. So I found this, that was after like 20 hours of trying to get it to stable, trying all these different combos. So pretty much that's all I've done in here. Yeah, so it's just that, and that. And then you've got the P cores up here. But I need to get this stable, so I'm going to have to go back to all. I've got hyperthreading enabled right now. I mean, maybe I should disable hyperthreading. That's another video. Hyperthreading on versus off. I have heard that by disabling hyperthreading, it does become more stable because it reduces power draw and heat as well. This thing seems to set just some value, turns some things off and sets voltage restrictions, I think, in the main thing. I've been playing with that as well, but it seems to set, so I've got an offset of 1.3, 135 millivolts for the cores with adaptive. So whatever the curve is for the voltage curve, it basically goes that much under it the whole time. So that helps, the stability and the temperatures and everything else, from the voltage being pulled way too high. So I've got those set. I've had to up my voltage for my memory, but maybe I need to now go and put these back to XMP. I think I'm going to go back to XMP, to be honest, just to try and get it stable. Auto. I don't know, what happens if I put on XMP now? What does that do? No, you can still do XMP and then you still have conflicts. So that's gone back to auto, enabled, and then I need to turn all of these to auto as well. This is what I had before. A. So I think I'm going to have to rerun these tests again with no memory overclock, just in case this is clouding the issue. Everything else should be auto, so that XMP kicks in properly. I don't think I've done anything else. I haven't done power down mode. Maybe I need to turn that off. Maybe that would actually make the computer a bit faster. Sorry, I'm not reading chat at the moment because I can't see it because I'm doing full screen on the chat computer, just so I can see this. I mean, lucky mode. I mean, where is this documented? Lucky mode, and then you've got, I mean, what is this? Does MSI just come up with this stuff and just go, here you go, try it? And in fact, there's even a, look, there's a beta runner thing where you can try beta things, but again, there's no documentation on those things in there. So that's new as well. I mean, and then there's dynamic boost. Do I want it dynamically changing the memory? I've no idea. Do I run it with XMP and then do these? Real-time memory frequency. I mean, I don't know. What is this compatible with? Who knows? SPD write disable. I don't know. If there was some documentation on this, I'd try it. But at the moment, not a clue. All right, so XMP should be back on again. Right, I'm going to check your chat just in case you've been screaming at me. Do this, do that. Hang on. So if I escape there, right, let me check your. Oh, wrong computer. Okay. All right. Let me see. Why is Fireboy asking my age? Are you feeling lucky? Try it. You might get lucky or blow it up. Yeah. Do not run it with XMP. Try it without. Pull up chat on your phone for now. Yeah, I could have done. Okay. We're laughing here. Yeah. Right. Let me go back to what I was doing. Oh no, that's the wrong one. So I need to maximize that again so I can see what's going on. And then I need to change the keyboard and mouse because I've got a KVM switch. I can switch my keyboard and mouse between each computer. So I don't have a keyboard for both of them. Right, so I'm back in on this one. OC again. So we're back at XMP and we're back at the stability things I've added for the CPU. So it pretty much invalidates all the tests we've done so far. So I think we'll have to rerun all the tests again after lunch because I'm going to have to do lunch in a sec. But if there's anything in here you think might be worth trying as well, I don't know. I've gone through so many YouTube videos. As I say, that's an option to just do a pre-thingy. This is why I've got ship running. I've got ship running this limit here. But that reduces the amps quite a bit, I think, as well. Hang on, let me check the settings for that. So I've got MSI fast boot disabled. Devices will not be detected while booting. It's the shutdown that's the slow bit, not the startup. It's the shutdown. Go to BIOS disabled. Full logo on display. Fast boot enabled. I don't know. I think I might just start a new dual boot, to be honest, with a brand new Windows. See what that's like. One that hasn't been half installed by CyberPower. Right, I'm doing what Bill told me to. I'm starting up my chat on Twitch so I can see what's going on. Let's go. Well, then I can't see my YouTube chat, so that's not going to work. Half the people are YouTube. Okay, let me just see. At least it looks nice. Yeah, it does look nice. Did you try memory try it option on OC selection? No, I haven't tried that either. You can't win, reduce amps, and that will reduce performance. Therefore, you're better off with the. Yeah, my bad. I didn't ask what you are doing. Yeah, Restream does, Bill, but I can't look at Restream on my phone. So at the moment, right, on my left, I've got my Alienware 360 monitor. That is black because I've pulled out the DisplayPort from the back of the GPU. But that's the only way, because I've got another cable coming out the back of the GPU, an HDMI one, to my capture card. Yeah? But you can't send the BIOS screens to both the capture card and the HDMI and the DisplayPort. So that's why I pull out the DisplayPort so the BIOS can be seen through the HDMI. But that results in my Alienware monitor being completely black on my left, and the only thing I can see is the preview in OBS for the capture card, which is on a tiny little bit of the screen. So I have to make that full screen, so then I can't see chat for the Restream chat. So I can I'm having to just work off of the streaming PC's OBS right now, and control the BIOS from seeing that. That makes sense. I can't pull both YouTube chat and I can't have two apps open on an iPhone at the same time. So I'm not doing that. I'll have to just keep flicking between having it full screen on my streaming PC and not full screen. Yeah, I'm trying to stabilize my PC. So we basically ran 16 E-cores, which is normal, 8 E-cores, and then when we got down to 4 E-cores, we started getting crashes. And there was an issue as well while we were rebooting, whereby my memory overclock, going from 7,200 to 7,800, doesn't seem to like only running 4 E-cores for some reason. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking off the overclock, going back to XMP, and then I'm going to have to try all these tests again with the E-cores, the different number of E-cores after lunch. I think I'm going to have to do that. But the other weird thing is how long it's taking to reboot. And it's not so much the starting up, which obviously includes the memory training and everything else. It's the shutting down. It's taking so long to shut down, and I don't know why it's taking so long to shut down. So that's why I was just looking in here to see what... These are all fast boot ups, but there's nothing really on shutdown. I don't know whether I can do it like a search. Let me hide my head. Hang on. Can I hide my head? Yep. There we go. Shut down or power down, maybe. Shut. No. Down. Whoa, why is it so slow to type? D-O-W-N. Power down mode. Auto. What do you reckon that is? Set power down item. I don't know. If your memory is DDR5, you can have booting issues. Yeah, well, it is DDR5, but anyway. Shutdown issues is usually OS, Windows trying to close something that doesn't want to be closed, or it's not responding. Yeah, maybe. This is why I think I need to have a clean slate Windows 11, not the one that came installed with a computer. Right, so I'm going to do F10 right now. So I basically set all of these back to XMP's now on, frequencies auto, these are all auto. Can I do a screenshot? OBS screenshot, okay. Command right, that's quite useful. Command right, so these are all gone to auto basically. So I put that all back to default. So I'm ruling out that the memory is now the issue. And it's the CPU that's now the issue. Honestly. Yes. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. So once we boot in, I'll show you the thing that looks a bit dodgy to me. Power down mode helps with latency. Is that a memory one? I don't know what section that was when I did the search. So if it's under the advanced memory configuration, yeah, then the power down mode I think helps with latency. Yeah, it's actually in my guide, that one. But that does cause crashes apparently if you use it in conjunction with XMP. If you're using a manual overclock, it's fine. But if you do it in conjunction with XMP. All right, I need to see what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. How am I going to do that? This one goes in here, I think, so that we can switch screens and I can still see it on that one. And then I'm going to have a pass-through mode. I need to change the pass-through mode. All right, so. Right, okay, so we're gonna forget about the display port for now. I'm going to change my. I need to make this full screen, don't I? Full screen so I can see what I'm doing. Right, there's a thing for this. What have I got it installed as? So I'm going off on a tangent again. It's the 4K one. It's the Logitech. Is it Logitech 4K one or is it? Where is it? I need to change my capture card settings quickly so I can see it on my main screen and then you guys can still see the BIOS. Where are you? Where are you? Have I got it there somewhere? It's the 4K one. It's just called something like 4K. Oh, bloody indexing's off. 4K. I'm sure I've changed this recently. I've definitely installed it. Or have I? I'm on the wrong computer, that's why. I'm being silly. Alright. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing now. I need some lunch. My brain's not working. It's the 4K stuff on here, but I can't change that to there without... Okay, so I'm going to disconnect the Elgato video quickly and audio so I can open it on the 4K one, Elgato 4K utility. How's the new PC, Mike? It's being problematic. This CPU is not happy. Latency-wise, I don't think there'll be much difference. It's FPS-wise that's the difference. We've gone from like 700 FPS in Creative up to 1000 FPS. That's the difference right now. Okay, let me change the settings for this device. Bypass, no, we want internal, we want merged. Apply. Okay, that. Alright, let's close it off. And then we should be able to restart the Elgato video and audio. Alright, I think that should work now. I should be able to get merged and I should be able to see it on here. If I change my monitor input to that one. So that one. Where is it? This one, maybe this one. Come on. No. Oh, yay. Here we go. We got it. All right. So now I've got on my main monitor, instead of DisplayPort, I've got an HDMI input. Okay. So I don't have to maximize it on OBS anymore. Technical difficulties, we love them. That's that one. Where's me? Lost me. Where am I? There I am. Wondered where I'd gone. All right. Yep. Okay, so yeah, let me show you what I think might require a complete new Windows install. Look, have a look at this. So over here, there's something called, look, what is that? What is that? So CyberPower built my PC, right? So they have obviously set up this, they've got this their own image, Windows image, which then installs Windows 11. But what is this doing? I do not know. What is this? What is that? So maybe that's something to do with why it's shutting down and starting up so slowly. Maybe. So if I set up a dual boot on this computer with a completely fresh Windows 11, it should not have all this, not have that rubbish. That's the only thing I can think of that could be causing that weirdness. Anyway, so what have we got on right now? We've got all the E-cores back on again, and we got XMP back on again. What's the CPU doing that's giving you problems? It's just not stable, Mike. The 14900KS out of the box is an unstable CPU that you have to limit its current and amps and watts, and you have to enable a load of other stuff to restrict it out of the box just to get it to not open an app and it not instantly crash. It's crazy. They're selling CPUs, Intel, that don't work by default. Mental. So look, we're back on XMP and my score is pretty much exactly where it was before. So it's obviously making no difference to the performance. So 41,000, what was I before? This is with the overclock we started at, that 41,290. So pretty much exactly the same. It's like it's 70 difference. Not, I mean, that's margin of error. So we've taken off the memory overclock right now. We did have, this was running at 7,800 memory and the XMP 7,200. So yeah, so it's been a nightmare just getting it blooming stable. It really has. So what to do? Do we restart all the tests again? I suppose we do, don't we? We restart them all again. So 41217. What's latency mon looking like? Again, the latency mon is just for information on how the average latency comes down as you drop the E-cores. 2.7 1.0, 2.7 1.0-ish. Pretty much that. All right. So let's run these again. I need to put some lunch on. Let me go and put something in the oven quickly, and I'll come back and then run some more. But in the meantime, let's save that. Let's kick off a test, and I'll go and put the oven on. CapFrame X. So this should be a better setup for you now, because you can see my BIOS taking ages to reboot as well. Yeah, the latest in the top of the range, the KS is crazy. I can't believe they're selling this thing. That just literally doesn't work out of the box. You have to massively put big handbrakes on everything in order for it to actually work. What do you mean, Fireboy? Wait, have I missed some of your questions? Ranked, not creative. Try E-cores without RAM out and XMP enabled. I don't know if that will help. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to redo all the tests now with just XMP, and it should hopefully, if the memory was the issue, then it should give better results. All right, so let me kick off a test. This is a better setup now. I don't have DisplayPort, but I'm not gaming anyway on this right now, so I don't really care if it's HDMI. You guys can see the whole lot, everything that I can see now, at least this way with the capture card, doing a pass-through. So we're back on full E-cores and XMP. We'll kick off our run. And I'm going to have to look at a memory overclocking later. But as I say, the memory, I ran it for 2.5 hours and it was completely stable with TM5. So it's only when we've started dropping the E-cores that it's been a problem for some reason. Why the memory would then have a problem after we're reducing the number of E-cores, I do not know. I don't know. Does reducing the number of E-cores change the memory controller somehow? Does it change the ring ratio or something? Maybe that's it. Maybe changing the number of E-cores is dynamically adjusting the ring ratio. I don't know. This motherboard's just got a mind of its own. Right. All night, career, replays, bench, play, confirm. So that all the E-cores are back on again. Pause, gameplay, T for time, 1 1 1 1. And then press warm up, settle a bit, and then press play and go. All right, I'm going to go and put the oven on while that's running for 3 minutes. Back in a sec. What's your ring set at? I don't know. Everything's default. Everything's default. I think it does a really low ring actually. It's something like 27 or something. I did look at trying to do a manual overclock for the CPU, just setting the P cores at a certain ratio and the E cores at a certain ratio, and then fixing the voltages, and it just wasn't stable at all. So I don't know. I really don't know what to do with the CPU. It just kind of wants to do its own thing, and you kind of just need to let it, and then tell it, okay, be home at 10 o'clock. Give it like a curfew by undervolting it a little bit. It's like an unruly teenager. It just wants to do its own thing. I mean, my old CPU was easy to overclock. You just set the frequency, set the ring ratio, you didn't have any E-cores, you set the voltage, you just left it, ran it, even under load it was running, most of the time in game it was running at like 40 degrees centigrade, solid as a rock. And that was 9th gen Intel. This is 14th gen Intel, where they've just added so much craziness and dynamic stuff that anything other than auto just is unstable. Yeah, I can't see why the KS won't work at 49 or 50 ring manual. Yeah. I swear I saw it at like something like 27, but I don't know whether it was dynamically setting it. I don't know. Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Capture finished.
I note that I had no audio during that. I don't know whether that's the replay bug with no audio, or whether I've got audio coming. Yeah, that's a good point. So you're not going to get audio while I'm doing this, because my audio is coming through my display port, which I've disabled. So we're not going to have any audio from the gaming PC for this one. With this setup, with me being able to show you the BIOS. Right, let's have a look at the result. See what this looks like. I think that your windows are glitched. My windows? What windows? What do you mean Windows? Well, you mean Windows 11, the pre-install one, maybe. So this is 16 because let's have a look at this one now, just to make sure it looks all right. 059.2, so it's a bit lower than it was before. I'm just interested to see how it was before with the overclock. Yeah, which one's which? So the lows are about the same. There's not much in it. So that's interesting. The memory before with my overclock 7800 at the top and 7200 XMP. Wow, there's really not much in that, is there? Really not much in that. That's okay, so you can see a bit clearer now. So is there much point in actually overclocking your memory? Yep. At this point, probably need to do the subtimings more than anything else. I think frequency doesn't seem to be making much difference. All right. Anyway, so at least we got a stable result. So now let's go and do the 8 cores now on the XMP. Go and do the 8 cores. All right, 4. Right, restart. Right, now you can see how long this takes to shut down. Watch this. Go see device manager in computer section. You have like 2 options. One's called, and the other one is called CyberGame. I think you should try to disable the ACPI one. Really? I don't know about that. I'm not trying that. I'd rather just install a new Windows. That way it just only has one anyway. I think I'm going to do that in a minute. I was planning on installing a dual boot on this anyway, because I want a gaming one and I want a testing environment. On the testing environment, I can hack around with the registry, trying new things. I can run the full NVIDIA Experience Center as well as the control panel. I can, what else? Yeah, so it's a lot more bloated, but it gives me a lot more freedom having 2 operating systems. So I was always planning on running a dual boot anyway. But I just haven't had time yet. It's just been all my time has been spent on trying to get this stupid CPU stable. All right, that's how long it took to get into the BIOS there. All right, so OC, advanced CPU configuration. We're going to turn down the active E cores. So instead of 16, we're going to go with 8. Yeah, it's always changing. It's always changing. We've still got our limits, everything else is normal. So it's always changing right now. Let's have a look at ring ratios. Yeah, ratio limits, E-core ratios, ratio. It's just on auto. So I don't know what, doesn't tell you what it was set to, does it? I mean, if I change this to manual, oh, that's just the core limits. It's not the ratio limits. We physically have to set it. So I don't know what it's setting it to because it doesn't give you a drop down and I don't know. I've never seen 62s. So these are the preferred cores, the 2 and the 3 there. I've never ever seen it get up to 62. I don't know what conditions that the Intel processor needs to be in to be able to boost up to 62. I'm assuming it needs to be cooled with liquid helium or something in order to do that. But they're selling it that it can be boosted up to 62. But as I say, I'm running a custom loop, an EK water block over the top, 2 360 radiators just for that CPU. And I've never seen it have conditions where it's boosted up to 62, ever. So that's false advertising as far as I'm concerned, because I've never seen it do that. Anyway, I digress. All right, what are we testing? I'm not going to change anything else. I was just curious. I also wonder whether I could turn off the integrated graphics, the GT stuff, whether that was drawing too much power as well. F10. So the only thing we're changing, caused that to that. Yeah. The best way I tune my PC is set everything manually. It takes a while, but it's worth it in the end. Well, yeah. That's why I have my old computer, but my old computer was a lot more simple than this one. This is just, like flying an airplane with a million different knobs and buttons all around you. Can you maybe change your DDR5 RAM with your older PC and see if that helps with booting? So I don't think my motherboard actually supports DDR4 memory. I can put in the memory that came with the computer, which is a single stick 5200 DDR5. I could put that back in again. But the thing with this custom loop is you shouldn't really put it on its side, because that water reservoir, if you get any air going into the pump at the bottom, then that can mess up the fans, mess up your loop. So you shouldn't really lie the computer on the side very much, or for very long, or at all. But it was delivered on its side, I noted. So I don't know why it was delivered on its side. It was a bit weird, the fact that it was delivered on its side. It was just put in the wrong way in the box. So I don't know. But lying it down and changing memory and changing network cards and things, I'm trying to avoid as much as possible. All right, what are we doing? We are running, we've got 8 now, haven't we? So we're going to run Cinebench. How long's the computer been up for? Been up for only under a minute. So let's give it a minute and a half or something. Before we run Cinebench. This is the configuration I'm probably going to end up running in, to be honest, for gaming. When I tested this last night, it was considerably less power draw. It was like 10 degrees centigrade cooler. 10. And the performance was better when I tested this last night. So I'm probably going to go from 16 down to 8 E-cores. It's probably what I'm going to run at. All right, let's go with this. Yeah, the PC looks ridiculously good. It looks insane. I mean, in terms of looks, it's the best looking PC I've ever seen. Hands down. But it's Beauty and the Beast right now, and the Beast is that CPU. Right, 32,000. So we've dropped. We've dropped nearly 10,000, dropping 10 E-cores. It's crazy. 2,989. As I keep saying, no, this isn't this isn't showing that the latency is coming down. All it's doing is just showing that it's less E-cores, so it's not reducing the averages as much. The processors are probably running exactly the same latency as they were before. It's just that it's not spread across, not averaging across as many E-cores. This is going. So that's that. Done at Fortnite. I need to go and put some stuff in the oven in a sec. Wait, have I not done this already? Hags on, win game mode on, resizable bar on. Yeah, my Cinebench, my superposition GPU score went from my old GPU, a 2080 Ti, got a score about 28,000, not overclocked, or 27,000. And my new 4080 Super gets a score of 49,000, nearly 50. So I've gone from like 27 up to 49,000. So in terms of GPU power, wow. All right, replay. Let's turn this off. We don't want this looping forever. We want to be able to see some stats, don't we? Pause. T for time. 1111. Confirm. Ready. Steady. Go.
Capture started.
Now this is the one I'm probably going to end up running myself. Because look at the percentages on the E-cores right now, 10s and 11s and 15s. I'm going to be using Process SU, and I need to show Enzo this, how to move pretty much everything on the operating system onto the E-cores in the background. So we'll do that at the end of this. I just want to use the defaults for now to compare apples with apples. And then once I decide which number of E-cores to run with, I'll then move everything I can over to them from the P-cores and leave the game just on the P-cores, and then I will test that in comparison to default. I just don't like changing too many things at the same time. I only like changing one thing at a time and then measuring the difference. That way you get a much clearer picture of what's going on. It's much more time consuming, but it's accurate. Most of my, look at the temperatures right now, they're like low 40s, well, two are in the 50s. But yeah, at what point is this boosting up to 6.3 gigahertz for core 3 and 4? Or was it 4 and 5? No, I think it was 3 and 4. At what point is it doing that? It's not. That's a complete lie. The turbo settings, I don't know what they are. I'd love to know what the turbo settings are. What conditions the turbo needs to be met in order for the turbo to kick in. I don't know. Right, 30 seconds. I'm going to need to go and put some food in the oven. I've only preheated the oven so far. What time have I got? Yeah, I've got enough time. 30 seconds to go on this replay.
Capture finished.
All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the results. Make sure it looks okay. There weren't any horrible spikes. It's that little spike, but that's pretty much where we were before. There we go. So I'd say that's near as makes no difference in terms of performance there. I mean, the 0.2 percentile, okay, was a bit better on the 16s. Let's have a look at what the difference is temperature-wise. Stuttering, pretty much the same on those two. Right, temperature-wise, right, CPU power. Let's have a look at CPU power. So 16 was pulling 232 watts, and 18 is pulling 194 watts. So that's a big drop. 16 was doing Got highest temperature was 69, so average 61 to 69, and now we are 57 and 68. So the average has gone from what, 61 down to 57. So we've dropped 4 degrees centigrade because the power draws less. So do we want to go to 4 now, or is there any point? Look, this is what I got last night. I'll show you what I did last night. These are the results from last night. So last night, it was much better on eCores. Much better on 8 eCores than 16. When I was running this easy anti-cheat, and I had all the process lasso rules moved so that I put everything I could onto the eCores for both of these. So I got a much better result last night running 8 eCores compared to 16. But today, actually the best result has been still 8 eCores for the average. But then that one's that one. I don't know, I think that's advocating for the 8 eCores still. Can we change this to standard deviation for the last one? Adaptive standard deviation. Okay, so what's the smoothest? The smoothest has been this one. Whatever is the lowest number for standard deviation means that the FPS are going up and down the least. So you want it kind of less, not... So a big number there is bad and a small number is good. So basically the smoothest one is the lowest one. So that's 15.2. So that's winning so far, 8 eCores. So we probably should try 4 quickly. So let's reboot again. While that's doing that, I'm going to put some food in the oven. Excuse me. How long do you think that's going to take to shut down and restart? Still going, still going, still going. Oh, hang on. Oh, cold, 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 cold. Yeah, so I think later today I'm going to install a fresh Windows 11 and compare the two. Completely fresh Windows 11. I'm wondering whether I need an external hard drive for backing up and stuff. I might get myself an external hard drive. Wow, look how long this takes. It's still shut down. Okay, it's just coming up now, I think. Coming up now to the BIOS. Yep, coming up now to the BIOS. All right, so what do we need to do? OC, advanced CPU configuration, equals down to 4 this time. F10 to save, yes. I'm almost tempted not to overclock this memory. Doesn't seem to be making any difference. Mind you, I went from 7,200 CL34 to 7,800 CL36. So if we do the calculations, do the maths. So 34 divided by 7,200 times by 2,000. So that's 9.444 nanoseconds latency in theory. 9.444. versus 7,800. Oh wait, 36 divided by 7,800 times by 2,000. 9.2. Really? Or did we set it to 38? No, it was it was 36, right? Pretty sure it's 36. Divided by 7,800. Okay, 9.2. So it's actually is lower nanoseconds. So I think we'll try and make that work. All right. So what are we doing? We're doing a quick. Let's do latency one first. Uh, 2.1, 0.7. 2.2, 0.7. 2.2, 0.7. All right, quick Cinebench test. Oh, this is way slower. Way slower. Those E-cores really help with the load, don't they? And you got a lot of things to do at the same time. 29,044. 29,044. Yeah. Save that. Close that. Start Fortnite up. To use backup software. So I normally use AEOMI Backupper. I usually use that. Whenever I'm happy with the system, I usually do a full system backup. But I don't have a second hard drive on this. So I'm thinking I need an external one. I mean, my old PC's got 2 SSDs and an HDD. This new one's only got 1 SSD. Okay. We've only got 4 E-cores now. This is what crashed before, remember? This is where it crashed. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to settle on the number of E-cores and then do the memory overclocking, because something weird is going on in conjunction with the memory overclocking is fine with lots of E-cores, but it's not fine with less E-cores. It looks like you're going to have to do everything in order. One. Ready, steady, go. Right, I'm just going to go and put some food in the oven quick. Be back in 2 minutes. I've got my lunch on for my son. In the oven, 72 seconds left. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do backups on this one. I don't know. I can put another drive under there. I could take that out and put a secondary drive there. But then that's then using the same thing as that. I don't really want to do that. I'm thinking of just having a backup drive somewhere, an external one. I don't really want to put anything extra in this PC case. It looks so good as it is. I mean, even if I put in that other network card, the 10G one, then that's going to go right under where the fans are for the GPU, and it's actually going to block the airflow getting to it from the bottom fans up to the GPU. So I don't even want to do that. Yeah, I'm not going to put anything extra inside. I'm leaving that as it is. Well, we didn't crash. That's a bonus, isn't it? All right, so this time, copy that. This is 4 cores now. See what that looks like. Well, that's interesting. I want to say it's making near no difference, changing the number of cores, but the temperatures are coming down each time if we look at it. So we'll start at 16. If we look at the sensor data, look at CPU temps. The lower the temps as well, the lower the latency is going to be. And you're not going to get near throttling, and so you want lower temps, okay? You just want the lower temps. So 61 degrees centigrade average for 16 cores. 8 cores takes it down to 57. 4 cores takes it down to 55. So the difference between 16 and 4 is what? 6 degrees centigrade. Taking the average down 6 degrees centigrade. Power draw, what's the peak power draw here? 232 going down to 194, then going down to 172. So we've really reduced the power draw quite a bit, the max. The average, how much is the average is coming down? So that's coming down. So we've gone from 187 down to 137. So we've dropped 50 watts of power average just by turning off, going from 16 E cores to 4 E cores. Hang on. Yeah, CPU package is lower because it's drawing less power and CPU temps. That's the whole point of what I'm doing. Said behavior and bias to Intel. Intel is what Epic is saying. Don't know what you mean there. Savage said, not. But why same stuttering? What do you mean, why same stuttering? There shouldn't really be any stuttering. 0.25 milliseconds, sorry, 0.22 seconds, 0.24. That's margin of error, all of them. There's no real stuttering at all, really. That's nothing. That's nothing. If you get to like 3% here, you're going to notice it in game. 0.1, you ain't noticing it ever. That is smooth. There's no stuttering. If you're asking why the FPS lows are maybe there's a sweet spot here. I think I'm going to go with the 8 E cores myself. I'm going to next test I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the E cores completely. I mean, ultimately, I want to find a condition where I get the top number right here. I want the top spot. Whatever the top spot is, I want to run myself. Hey Paul, how you doing, mate? So let's try 0 E cores now. But I do like the fact that we are dropping temperatures and powers. So I think the sweet spot's going to be 8 E cores, especially when I move more of the P core work, the background tasks, which are still running on some of the P cores, over to the E cores. Because what you can do in Processor 2 is you can basically take everything that isn't the game. So you can like select the top one, select everything there, and then unclick that one. So basically everything that isn't in the game, and then move it all using CPU sets to the eCores. So we'll do that at the end. Why didn't it crash though? It didn't crash this time because I've taken off my memory overclock. I've just gone to XMP. So I was obviously having an issue with running my memory clock that works fine with 16 eCores, but the same memory clock doesn't seem to work with 4 eCores. So that's what I'm saying. I think what you need to do first is you need to get a baseline for whatever you're going to run your CPU at, and then do your overclocks and check that they're stable. If you do it the other way around, if you make some CPU changes after you've done your memory overclocks, then you're going to get instability. That's why it didn't crash. So, because we're running XMP right now, it's nice and stable. But yeah, so what you can do, as I say, is select everything that isn't the game, and then right click it and do CPU sets, and then always, and then you can just do eCores like that. And that will then move everything across. Some things won't move, like system and registry, but then you can just get rid of the rules for those afterwards, so it doesn't keep trying over and over and over, but it will move basically everything else over. So once I work out which combo of eCores, number of eCores I want, then I'm going to do this. I'm going to move everything I can over to them. So then it will just leave the P-cores for only the game, only the game, and that's not actually the right one, is it? That's not actually the right one. So good job I haven't done any of this. But that's the example I meant at the moment. So yeah, that's what we'll do after this, once I've established which one's the best for the eCores. So right, the next test is to turn 0 eCores. So we're going to have a look at what the difference having 0 eCores is. So as I keep saying, as we reduce the number of eCores, where each one of those is running 4.2 gigahertz, was it 4.6 gigahertz? 4.6 gigahertz. That's got a certain power draw for each one of those. So by disabling a load of them, we're reducing the power and we're reducing the overall temperature of the whole CPU, which improves latency and improves performance. Still slow booting. Why don't you try lower latency? So we've just gone from the overclock to XMP. That is slower. It's still being slow. It's not that. I think it's something to do with Windows. We'll have a look when we do the dual boot later this afternoon. I'll probably spend this afternoon just doing a dual boot. 4 hours of just installing new Windows and setting it up again, like I did in my video before. Look how slow this is. It still hasn't got to the screen for the BIOS. Okay, it's now getting to the BIOS screen. That's how long it just took to shut down. Right, okay. So OC, advanced CPU configuration. So we're going to go from 4 down to 0 now. So we're turning off all eCores for this test. F10 to save, active eCores. Why is that saying 0 to all? What? That should have said 4, didn't it? Why is that saying all to 0? It was 4 before. It was definitely 4 before. Hey, Impeccable, how's it going? I think it's because DDR5 may be Windows you have to try. Well, as I say, I don't think my motherboard supports DDR4, so I can't even put DDR4 in there to find out. I don't know. So this is the time it takes to start up right now. All the lights never ever go off. All the LEDs are still running. So maybe it's something to do with L3 Connect. It just takes, because that kind of keeps running the whole time. I don't know. Or I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's still not booting up. Come on. Okay, it's made the change. It's now got back to the point where I can ask to go back into the BIOS again. I'm not going to touch that. Yeah, I'll have a look at that, Impeccable, definitely. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Thank you for doing that. It's really useful information running the same benchmark on multiple people's PCs. Really useful. I don't think anybody else is doing that. Right. So we should have no eCores now at all. Yeah. 4 and 4. 16 P-cores is what we've got. But we've got hyperthreading on, remember? That's something else we need to test at the end also. But we're changing one thing at a time. I need to do all these tests in one day because this is all a battle eye day. So I won't be able to compare the same replay benchmark comparisons in CapRamX between days because it won't be a fair test. Right, so we want a quick Cinebench. So the same Cinebench test that I've got on my old PC with hyperthreading on gets 13,000 score here with 8 P-cores and with hyperthreading on. 13,000. That's what my old PC used to get. So what do I get now with this? So much lower. 24,500. It's a decent improvement, isn't it? What was it? 24,509. Right, what's latency mon look like? So this is going to be interesting because this now is a direct comparison with my old PC, but with hyperthreading on, I guess. I need to do it again with hyperthreading off. Latency mon. Oh, hands are so cold. I don't know whether I've just double clicked that or not. Let's have a look. Still 2.0, 0.6. 2.0, 0.6. You can see the trend here. As we're reducing the number of E-cores, the latency comes down. But again, this is not the latency. It doesn't mean your computer's getting lower latency. What it means is it's averaging across less slower cores. So it doesn't mean that the latency on the P-cores is changing at all. It just means that the number we're averaging across, that there's less of the slower ones, which is why these come down. They're not improving latency at all. So I still find that interesting. For nighttime. That one, that one. Maybe use XMP and have not overclocked RAM with DDR. Also, what will happen if you DDR4 overclock RAM with testing eCores? Will it also crash? Is the question. Well, I don't know because my old computer doesn't have eCores, so I've never been able to test them before. There's all new territory with the new PC. The old PC is no eCores and DDR4. The new PC is loads of eCores and DDR5. Can't mix and match, unfortunately. Replace. T for time. 1, 1, 1, 1. Gameplay. All right, let's settle a little bit. There we go. Ready, steady.
Capture started.
Right, while that's going, let's go and have a look at Impecable's replay results. Let's have a look. Okay, hang on. How many have you got here? Yeah, you did a weird thing with unlimited. What is that? Have you done a weird zooming out or something? I don't want unlimited. You need to cap. Wait, what is this? Confused. How many are here? So that's not right. Oh, 390. All I want is the 361. All right, so the last one is the 361, yeah? Okay, well, we can compare yours to what I'm seeing right now. 359. I'll compare that in a sec to what we get here. $277 for the P1 and P95. Is it P95? We'll have a look in a sec. We'll compare those. Yeah, the only one I needed was the 360 cap. The others are irrelevant because there's nothing to compare against. So it's only the 361 that's relevant. Did you try the... I can't do an Intel failsafe thing because I don't have an ASUS motherboard. That thing doesn't exist on an MSI motherboard BIOS. Doesn't exist. So I can't do that. You have to do it manually. Yeah, this is the last crazy game from last night, Paul. $18 seconds. Excuse me.
Capture finished.
Alrighty, let's have a look. So, zero equals comparison. 16, 8, 4, 0. So, 0 gave the worst, what a surprise. 4 gave the second worst, but 8 gave the best. So it looks like there's a sweet spot, basically. Looks like there's a sweet spot. I'm curious about the stats in terms of sensor data. What's the temperature now? 55 we got it down to. 55 there. So we didn't actually drop any temperature. The average temperature was exactly the same. Seems to have reached an equilibrium. 55, 57. So 16 it was 61. And then by 8, we dropped down to 57. So I think the 8's going to be the sweet spot here. I really do. Let me compare with what Impeccable did. Let's have a look at Impeccable's one. So Impeccable is getting P5s. I'm getting much better P5s, which is P95. So I get 336.7 and he's getting 315. So 336 versus 315, and the P1s I'm getting 311 and he's only getting 277. So it looks like the AMD is getting good average FPS, pretty much the same as what I'm getting, 0.3 lower, but the lows are much worse on the AMD compared to Intel. Much worse. In terms of temperatures though, 63 versus 57. It's actually running hotter on Impeccable's one. Power 65. How much power are you pulling? CPU power average, mine 151. Here's CPU power 65. That's less than half. That's crazy. I'm pulling so much more power. The latency bit will be better on mine because I'm running a clock speed of 5.9 and you're running pretty much at 5. In fact, yours dips down to 4.3 during that test. And mine doesn't dip at all at 5.9. Does not dip. It dips on the AMD. Everything else is pretty much the same. Your GPU, you're actually running a faster GPU than me. Are you overclocking it? 2,790. I'm running 2,640. You're pulling more power. I'm assuming you've got a 4090 or something. Or something 90. A 3090 or a 4090? Because it's pulling a lot more power than mine. Your GPU temps are 56. My GPU temps are 30. Wow, that's so cold, my GPU. My cooling for my GPU is brilliant with this case. 11 fans, case fans, and the GPU in the middle of it. Really good cooling. GPU load's about the same, 23 versus 24. So yeah, that's interesting. So the Intel seems to be doing better on the lows, and it will almost certainly be doing better on the latency because it's running at a higher clock speed. So the latency will be better as well. I don't know whether you can see the sync, but I normally, I think I'm around 14 or 15 on my old PC for this. So I think the latency is a bit lower. I think I'm about 14 or 15. Yeah. Interesting. Right, okay, so I think we're going to go to 8 cores. And now I'm going to try and move everything from the operating system onto those 8 P cores. That's the next stage, and see if we can get the #1 spot. So we're tuning now. We're in tuning mode. We're trying to get to the best possible result. Will you also test FPS Unlimited? No, there's no point in testing FPS Unlimited. Because if you play at that, you're silly. There's no point in playing at that. It's not, 0 point. There's 0 gains in anything playing at unlimited FPS, so why would you test it? Excuse me. Can you imagine the throttling and temp if you had a no airflow case and just air cooling? Yeah, that wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good at all. I think you should set it to static 5 gigahertz. No. I think you should set it to static. Do you think you should? I should set it to 5. Maybe that will reduce latency if you have a static overclock. It's not changing all the time. I used to run static 5 gigahertz on my, well, I still do on my old PC. All right, so we are going to go with 8 is the magic number. And I think I'm going to turn off hyperthreading as well, and then compare that before and after. Let's do that too. Right, so advanced CPU configuration. And we want 8 of these, please. We don't want all 16. And this time we're going to turn off hyperthreading. Disabled. Right, F10 that. So we've gone to 8. Yes. Oh, my son's food's ready. Hang on, let me go and get it out of the oven. I'll log in before I go. Come on, motherboard, boot up. Oh, you're on a 4080? Oh, that's interesting. So you're running higher watts than me and higher temperatures than me. Maybe it's the Supreme thing. Maybe that's the difference. It's got really good cooling, the Supreme MSI. Yes, I know, buddy. I'm going to come and get it in a sec. I'm just waiting for my computer to start up. Oh my God, it's so long. Right, now it's starting up. There's no point in overclocking your GPU at all. For Fortnite, at least. For other things, there is. For other games, if it's a GPU-bound game, it's worth doing. All right, so hyperthreading is now off, but hyperthreading, I now need to change a few things, don't I? God damn it. Hey Siri, stop! Thank you. Silly alarm going off. I now need to change my interrupt affinity, don't I, for the CPU, for the NVIDIA. Okay, so that was 4 and 5, so now I need to change it to 2. And I also need to do this one. Is it this one or is it? Yeah, it is this one. That was, so hyperthreading, so I'm going to have that on 3. They're actually the 2 fastest cores. Okay. I don't think I do my PCIe controller for this one. I think I just do the GPU and the USB. And now restart. Right, back in a sec. I'm playing out my son's food. All right, back. Ooh, the joys of live streaming whilst trying to do a load of house stuff at the same time. All right, so where are we? Good. Test with Hags on and resend. Give me a few minutes. Hags on. Okay. Right, so what are we doing? We are doing latency mon. 2.1, 0.7. We have turned off hyperthreading, haven't we? 16 and 16. Yeah. 2.1 and 0.7. Where's my little thingy? Threading off. Seven. Let's have a look what Cinebench gives us. See what the Cinebench gives us. Yeah, I'm really glad they didn't get the 4090. I'm not sure it would even fit in the case. Is the 4090 bigger than the 4080 Super physically? Because that 4080 Super is pretty tight already to the where the cooling stuff is. 27541. 27541. Yeah, it still dropped it again, hasn't it? Interesting. Let's run that now. Frame X, that one. All we really care about is game performance. So all these extra things doesn't really matter. I will be doing end-to-end latency testing at some point with my NVIDIA Reflex Latency Analyzer, but for now we'll just do FPS. And we're getting an accurate measure of the FPS by running the same replay over and over again with the same timestamps, and we can tell exactly what the difference is, not just looking up at the sky in Creative. There's a ridiculous way of doing it. Okay. So now we've only got 1% next to it because we've got hyperthreading off. Excuse me. Sorry, we want to career, replays, bench, play. Why do I need to confirm playing? I can understand confirm deleting, but confirm playing? God, I love Epic. They do some weird stuff. Right, gameplay modes, space, that.
Capture started.
So it'll be interesting to see, because on my old PC, hyperthreading on was better. Let's see if it's better on this one. I've never seen this mythical 6.3 gigahertz on core 3 and 4, or is it 2 and 3 or something? I can't remember now. I've never seen that one. Do you like my quick scope there? I didn't actually mean to pull out the sniper. I actually meant to pull out the shotgun or whatever it was, but it ended up being a sniper, and I just quick sniped him. I didn't mean to do that at all. Bum, 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 bum. So we want the #1 spot, don't we? You're right. I'm sorry, I'm streaming at the moment, but hello.
Oh, hello, Rosie. I'm still in photocopy.
Okay, is it on? I don't think it's on, is it? Okay. I think we've ever tried photocopying on that thing.
It works. I'm just pressing copy.
Yeah, that should do it. That should do it.
Everyone impressed with your computer?
Apart from me, yeah.
Well, what's wrong with it then?
It's just getting it stable. It's just being a pain. Lots of crashes.
Is this weekend on the computer?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh yeah. 46 to go. I started the stream, I had the window open, and I had John, the gardener, using his air blower right outside the window while I'm trying to stream.
Right, pull it down.
Yeah. Okay, 25 seconds.
Capture finished.
All right. Let's have a look. Have we got a new top spot or not? So this is 8 equals 72,000 hyper-threading off. Yeah. Comparison time. So this was the new best. That was the old best. This is not the new best. Well, there's not much in it though, look. I'm surprised at that. I'm really surprised that there's not more in that. Look, it's pretty much margin of error. Wow. That surprises me. That really surprises me, that does. Looks like it's a little bit smoother with the hyper-threading on. A little bit smoother with the hyper-threading on. Sync-wise, 13.4 versus 13.4. So they look pretty much the same for input lag. Oh, this is actually surprising. Oh wait, what am I looking at? That one versus that one, aren't I? That's what I'm looking at right now. Right, sensor data it. Right, so CPU power 150 watts versus 151 watts. So the hyper-threading isn't, well, it peaks at 194, peaks at 186. So it's a little bit less power draw. 56 average temperature versus 57. So I'm saving 1 degree centigrade. This is interesting. I didn't think it would be this close. I really didn't think it would be this close. Wow. How do I choose? How do I choose? I'm surprised that there's not a bigger temperature difference. Average threads 73 versus 79. So it's obviously crammed more work onto just the core, not the thread. So that number's gone up a bit. Oh wait, am I even looking at the right one here? 73 versus 88. Okay, so 73 versus 88. So you are getting it stuttering if you ever hit 100. But 88's pretty safe. Max 96. See, I got max 100 there. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. They look identical to me. What do I choose from there? Do I go with hyper-threading on because it's a little smoother? A little bit smoother, and I've been getting better scores with it. 32,000 versus 27,000. Latency will be a bit lower, but Latency will be a little bit lower. (2.3 to 2.1). Ooh, 0.1 of a millisecond. Not 0.2. I don't know. Let's try the trick of moving everything over and seeing if that makes a difference. Right, okay, so we're going to go, no, I'm going to do Alt F. Am I going to do this? No, I'm going to do it live. I'm going to do it live. T for time, confirm. Right, okay. So, processor 2 trick time. Ready? We're going to move everything we can over to the E-cores, over to those 8 E-cores. We're going to move everything we can over to those E-cores apart from the game. Is there a way of manually export configuration? I want to export what I've got right now. Alex1, I guess. Okay. So this is what we got right now. So we're going to try and move as much as we can that's background stuff from the P cores down to the E cores. So we're basically going to do a select all like that. Select the top one and then go all the and press shift and then select the bottom one. That selects everything. And then I'm going to deselect things that I think definitely shouldn't be moved. So for example, the game. We're not going to move that. And there's another one called game input service. I want that on P cores because that's my input device. What else do I want on P cores? What else do I want on P cores? So, as I say, some of these won't move. I think I should uninstall XTU. I don't know what that's doing in the background. I think I should. I'm not going to install that on the new one. Process governor. I'm going to try and move everything I can. Network stuff. Maybe not the network stuff. It's still running on a 4.6 gigahertz processor, so RTSS, do I want that real time? Why is that below 0, below normal? Did I forget to do a task for this? Part control, processor C. Bit some session agents. Anything I think that has a high priority, I don't think I should probably move. See if there's anything high here. With this one, what's that? CTF Mon. I don't know. It's an audio. It's an audio thing. Do I want the audio on E-cores? Again, it's still a 4.2. 4.6 gigahertz processor. I mean, still pretty fast. Anything else here I've got on high? These two are on high. Process governor. What's that IPF thing? UF. I don't know what that is at all. What is that? No idea what that is. It's like a CPU thing. IPF underscore CPU. .inf. I don't know. Maybe not on that one. We'll see. Oh, I need to add that one. That's just appeared. All right, we're going to try and, so we've basically selected everything apart from the game input services, so your input devices, and the game itself. Yeah, and we're now going to right click, CPU sets, always E-cores. And then okay that. It's not going to let me do 3 of them there. Registry thingy and the other one. So, where are the 3 that wouldn't let me do? These 3. So we're going to completely remove all rules from these. Yeah, so it doesn't keep trying over and over and over and over trying to set them. So everything should be now running on the eCores other than the game. Yeah? And we're going to try and run it again now. See what that does. T for time, confirm. And then we're going to do space that.
Capture started.
We're trying to get the best score ever. So ultimately, that's what we want. I'm not just doing benchmarks for you guys. I want the best possible setup for this computer. After this is done, because I've cooked my son's lunch, after this is done, I'm going to cook my lunch. And I'm going to reward myself with a ribeye steak. A big, thick, juicy ribeye steak. Mmm. Delicious. So I'm going to run this, and then I'm going to go back into the BIOS, and I'm going to put the hyper-threading back on again, and I'm going to compare this with moving everything over to the the P-cores, the E-cores, sorry. So we haven't changed any priorities. All we've done is just told the system, you can run at whatever priority you want, you don't have to be idle, just do it over on the E-cores. That's what's happening right now. I'm having a look at the E-cores. The highest E-core is about 30, it's the bottom one. 27, 21, 25, 20. So that's all background app stuff. All background app stuff. There should be nothing in Fortnite. Should be nothing in Fortnite running on E-cores. Seconds to go. As far as I'm aware, this is the only app in the world, Processor C, that lets you do this. Three, two,
Capture
one,
finished.
go. Right, let's have a look. So this is this with CPU sets. Yeah, try that. Well, that's interesting. Made no difference at all. Nearest makes no difference. Let's have a look at the anything else. Do we get anything smoother? Do we get anything? Well, that's interesting. So it's making no difference at all moving the operating system onto the E-cores. So maybe it was already doing that automatically mostly. Analysis. It's actually higher temps now, 58 to 56, maybe because I've been letting it run. But the max is 65, and that max is 69. So. Power, the max power was 180 versus 186. It's come down a little bit, but then the average is higher, so. Again, I don't really know what to infer there. Doesn't seem to have made much difference. So letting it just do its own thing. Kind of suspended. And what is that? IG, what? I don't know what that is. That's a new one that's just appeared. I have got all the right rules on Fortnite, haven't I? Efficiency mode always off. Means it can't go on to any equals anyway, efficiency mode always off. So there's nothing I really need to do on this for Fortnite. Once I've set the efficiency mode always off. Where is RTSS? There it is. For some reason that didn't have the rule to process priority always normal. Okay, it's running as normal at the moment. I'm surprised there's not more of a difference. Yeah, let's go back to hyperthreading on. Should I do that first? Yeah, I'm going to do that first before, so I don't have to reboot twice. I'm going to change the infinity now, even though I'm going to change it for. I really need to get rid of XTU, don't I? I really don't know what that's doing on my computer. I think the new environment will be a lot cleaner and I can work out what's going on. It could be XTU, you know, making my computer go slow, shutting up and starting down. Could very well be XTU. So I normally have 1, 2, so 4 and 5. And then not that one, that one, 6 and 7. Okay, saves me doing it twice. Okay, doesn't have one on that. Right, done. Right, back to the BIOS. Oh wait. I would not be surprised if it's XTU making it really slow, shutting down and starting up. Would not be surprised at all. I wonder if I can run OneDrive now and actually just run it on eCores in the background and just leave it. Because OneDrive always slows down your computer. But if it's running on eCores and they're bored anyway, I reckon it's XTU, you know. reckon it's XDU. Right. OC. So we're going to put hyperthreading back on again. Because if it's not, I mean, it's making a tiny bit of difference to the latency mod numbers. But I'd rather have that extra processing capability, especially when endgame scenarios and things. I think hyperthreading will help in that. So I think I'm going to go with hyperthreading on. Leave the 8 E-cores. Where's this turbo boost and enhanced turbo? I'm certainly not getting it. It says enabled, but I don't know. Right, F10 that. Come on. Slow, slow, slow. Oh. Oh. Watch something while we wait. So long. You change something in the BIOS and it basically checks it all, does a sanity check, and then reboots itself again. Yeah, I think I'm naming my computer Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna nickname it. Because it is gorgeous, and then it's got the beast of that CPU in the middle of it. It's just horrific. And psychopathic monster. Alright. Forgotten it now. What's the event score will do now that I've moved most of the stuff onto the thing. Am I going to get a better Cinebench now I've moved most of the background processes onto E-cores? Or given the fact Cinebench uses all the cores, it won't make any difference? What do we think? $33,089. What did I get before? Threading on 32,000. Nearest makes no difference. That's literally 100 difference. Margin of error. Alright, so let's run Fortnite again with this. Trying to get the best ever score. That's all we're after. Note that the CPU package draw is never getting near the 320 limit when I'm gaming. It's only ever doing 320 when I run Cinebench. So you guys setting it to 253 Intel's limits, yeah, you're fine. Fine on that one. Time.
Capture started.
How busy are these E-cores right now? 51, 56, 55, 20, 65, 36, 77, 66, 74. That's pretty busy E-core right now. 59, 57, 56. So that would normally be all on the P-cores. Unless it's doing it all by default anyway. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. So CPU package, so at the bottom there, like 154, 146, 161. So you're never really getting up to the 253 limit, the Intel's own limit. The motherboards are setting that to 4096 or whatever it is. So unlimited basically. And that's why your CPUs are all going bonkers and crashing, the game's crashing. I like those temperatures, look, 50s and 40s, I like that. That's good, much better than when we started. Ba, 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 40 seconds to go. Again, where's this mythical 6.3 turbo boost? Never seen that, ever.
Capture finished.
Never seen that. Right, okay, so CapFrame X. So this is threading on. Oh. Really not much in that, is it? So it's tiny bit better with hyperthreading off. But then it's a little bit smoother with hyperthreading on. Really not much in it. I think I'd rather... a little bit less here, isn't there? A little bit smoother with hyperthreading on. Let's have a look at the analysis. Yeah, less stuttering. Okay, so what do we got? We got... Okay. So... So an extra 2 average watts is pulling an extra 18 peak. What does that do to the temperatures? The averages are exactly the same. But the peak did get up to 78 on that one. What's the peak on that one? 68 on that one. 78. Yeah. So for this new computer, near as makes no difference. Hyper-threading on and off, I'd say. I think I'd rather have it on, just to have the extra capability, the extra bandwidth, as it were. Thread load lower. The average load is less because you're spreading it across more cores. As such, I think you're less likely. Yeah, you are getting lower max thread load on average, 87 versus 75. So I think hyper-threading on for me, but there's really not much difference in it. I think my next guide is basically going to say test yourself whether hyper-threading or SMT is better on or off. Because for me, it makes no difference. And it did make a difference on the old computer. So you'll get slightly worse latency with hyper-threading on. Slightly worse. But I mean, it's not massively. Look, I mean, hyper-threading off. So it's 2.3. It's this versus this. 2.3 with hyper-threading on. Yeah. .3 versus 2.1 with it off and 0.7. So it's a little bit lower latency. Yeah, it can be. No, don't completely close it. I need some air. Why? Alright. Need some airflow. But look, the scores are much better on Cinebench. So it'll be faster for other things, basically outside of Fortnite. With hyper-threading on. So I think this is probably the one I'm going to go with. Okay, so the next question I have is, of all the things, I'm going to delete these two because they were on the unstable memory. So of all the things I've run today, what's been the best one? My next question. Okay. So the best one has been with all the, it's been with the 800 overclock. (16E) cores with the 7800. Okay, so maybe I do need to go to. I do need to go to the overclock the memory next, in which case, but I need to find a stable memory for this configuration. Not much difference between those CPU sets on and off, so I'm not sure I'm going to recommend doing that, making all those rules. Because that just seems, if it's doing it automatically, if it's managing it automatically, I don't really want to be then setting a ton of manual rules that then can go wrong. So if it's doing it all automatically, then I don't think we've got a problem. At the moment, I've pretty much got everything. Other than that. Notepad. Notepad's running on the P cores because I haven't created a new rule for that. Well, it might not be running on the P cores. So it looks like this is doing a decent job already managing this, unless you're maxing your computer out already. Then it might be worth juggling. But to be honest, everything else is fine. But threading off. It's not a massive amount of difference. How's this compared to the old one? Well, I haven't run this replay on the old one. So I don't know. That's the answer to that. Generally, yeah, I'm getting like gone from 700 FPS in Fortnite to over 1,000 FPS in Fortnite. So generally, it's better. But at the moment, I'm just testing different number of E-cores, where the hyper-threading's better off or on in the new one, different memory profiles. But the best one so far has been that overclock, so maybe I do need to overclock, because that is definitely helping with the lows there. Should we try that memory try it thing quickly? Should we try it in the BIOS? Or there's the lucky one, the lucky thing. Try the lucky thing. Don't know. Or I could try dynamic. This is the point where I just try stuff and see whether it's better or worse than my best one I've got so far. I like the fact that I've turned off half of the E-cores and the temperatures have come down and the performance has gone up. I like that. It's taking its sweet ass time. As per normal. Yeah, I'm going to need to install a new operating system this afternoon, aren't I, after I eat something. We're going to install a brand new Windows 11, I think, this afternoon. And see whether that fixes why it takes a week to shut down and restart. Right. So let's have a look, see if we can do something crazy with the memory. But is it going to work? I think I need to take off XMP, and then I think I need to. What do I need to do? Advanced CPU configuration. So there's something called memory try it. We try memory try it. I've never done this ever. So we're going to try. What did we have before? We had 7,800 CL36. What we had? Memory try it. We're not going to touch anything else. Ready? Has it manually set the voltage? Okay, so it's gone up to 1.4. I had that on 1.5 before. All right, we're going to try this. I've never tried this before. Memory try it. Ready? Probably won't even boot. So what's it done? It's disabled the yeah, we've done that, and then we've put frequency to 7,800. Right, disabled to, yeah. And the voltage has gone from that to that. Ground voltage has gone up to 1.4. So yeah, as I said, I had 1.5 before for this frequency. Command rate 36, 45, 45, 20, 125. I think that's pretty much what I had before. Okay. Memory try it. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. It's taking its time. I'm assuming it's just training the memory. Oh, it's starting. That's a good sign. everything's so delayed within the first minute of the computer starting up. It's like there's a massive queue and it has to just queue up. Really weird. Can't do anything as soon as I first boot in. Right, so this is what it's chosen. REFI is quite low, very low. 1772. That's within one. Yeah, they're fine. So they're within. It's probably stable. If they're within one of each other and they're within two of each other, it's usually stable. Well, it's definitely not well. It could still be unstable, but if they're way out, then often you know you're in trouble before you're even testing them. Real-time timing enabled. Real-time timing. So is this actively changing it? I don't know how stable this is going to be. Should we run the Fortnite benchmark and have a look? Well, let's run a Cinebench. That's probably the quickest thing first. If this crashes, we know we're in trouble if this is crashing. Hey, Cry. We're trying something. So we're trying this thing in the BIOS called Memory Try It, where you basically tell it what frequency and CL you want to run, and then it sets all the timings for you. So what do we have before? So we've settled on 8 E-cores, so half of the E-cores, and hyperthreading on, because there was really no difference between hyperthreading off and hyperthreading on. But the Cinebench was better, but the latency was a tiny bit worse. Tiny bit worse. It wasn't hugely worse. And the performance in Fortnite was almost identical. So I've settled with this one at the moment. What are we getting? 3,341. So that's actually gone up a little bit, but we have gone from 7,200 memory to 7,800 memory. So that might explain that one. Again, that's not much in it, is it? It's only like 62 more. It's not a huge lot. Again, margin of error. Let's run. Why that's doing that. Let's run a Fortnite replay on this. Yeah, I can show you the results so far. So not much in it, really. I mean, look, the best result so far today was 359.3, and the worst result is 359.1 with all the equals off. So we've only dropped 0.2 of an FPS average, and the lows have got a little bit worse. But the best one today so far has been with 8 E-cores and XMP. I think that was the first one we did today. That's with hyperthreading on, I think. Yeah, that is with hyperthreading on. But it doesn't have the C-sets. I'm tempted to take that off, to be honest. Yeah, not much in it at the moment. Right, so right now we're trying this Memory Try It thing at 7,800. If it crashes. Because it seems you need to get your CPU in order first, the CPU house in order first, before you start memory overclocking, because the memory overclocking seems to be dependent on what setup you have your CPU in first. I need some food though. We're going to have to stop in a minute because I am needing some food. Alright, ready, steady. Get rid of them. Go away. Go away with those eliminated. Hey Zeppo, I'll recap again. Not a massive difference in performance for anything we've done so far, whether it's been turning off E-cores or turning off or on hyperthreading. Everything's been pretty close. The temperatures have come down though, reducing the E-cores and the power draw as well. So I think if I'd run this all day, then it's definitely worth reducing the number of E-cores because that's then less power draw and less temperature. And less temperature means better latency as well. So I don't really want to go down to 4 E-cores. So I've got 16 by default, and I've taken it down to 8 now. They're all running 4.6 gigahertz, or 4.5 at the moment. Is that downclocked? Or have I just imagined that? I imagine that. I thought they were 4.6. Maybe they were 4.5 all along. I'm hungry. So right now we're doing something called Memory Try It. I'm sorry. Here we go. I keep doing that. Apologies. So yeah, I'm trying something called Memory Try It. So at the beginning, I had manually overclocked my memory to 7800 CL36, and today, when we went down to 4 E-cores, it was crashing. So now I'm doing something called in the MSI BIOS called Memory Try It, and you can basically just choose choose some pre-configured settings for any of the frequencies you want. So I've set it back to 7800 and let it chosen the voltages and everything else. It seems to only be setting the primary timings. It seems to be just doing auto for all the secondary timings. So I've never tried this thing before, so we'll see in a minute. We'll have a look in a minute. 30 seconds to see if this is best. So we're at the stage now where I'm trying to hone in on the best setup, and whoever's top of the leaderboard gets to stay at the best setup. But the problem is at the moment that is the 7800 one, even though it wasn't stable.
Capture finished.
There we go. So look. So this is 8 cores, hyperthreading on, CPU sets on. This time it's 7800. It's that one. So it ran through. Let's add that to the list. Okay, here we go. So that is not as good according to this. I mean, look at the margin of error at this point. Look, it's pretty much margin of error. I mean, 0.1. I'm going to change the adaptive standard deviation to 0.1 percentiles. If I notice any difference there. There's not much in it, is it? Just seems that the game is happily running away on the P-cores on its own, ignoring everything else, and you're getting the same result. You got a load of work, oh dear. I don't know if I've got it stable. We'll have to find out. That's interesting. On the 7800, doesn't seem to have made any difference at all between there and there. If anything, it's a little worse. 7800, 7200. They're pretty much the same test, but with XMP there and that memory try at 7,800 there. Make this a bit easier to see what's going on. I mean, it's just nothing, in it. XMP and 7,800. Is there any point in actually overclocking the memory? Maybe it's just the subtimings that are the important bit, not the memory speed. Should be lower latency. We've gone from 9.4 nanoseconds down to 9.2 nanoseconds with that. Should be lower latency, but it's worse results. I'm gonna have a job here. Nothing I seem to be doing seems to help. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Cry. I think I've settled on the CPU now, as long as that's stable. But by changing the E-cores, it was messing up the RAM overclock, clearly. It did not like the 4, and definitely wouldn't have liked the 0. So again, what is the best result of today? It's 16 E-cores on 7,800. And then I did do the subtiming, so maybe I shouldn't count that one. So 8 E-cores is the best one here. And 16 is down here. Sorting by the first metric, right? That's definitely correct. The best one we've had so far is that one, the previous one, right? 209. I mean, 209 is the highest I've had for lows, and that's just with XMP, hyper-threading on, and doing the CPU sets. That's what I need to rename this. 8 equals XMP. No, do I? No, I don't. So I'm tempted just to go back to XMP. Yeah. The memory doesn't seem to be helping. I mean, the best score I've had overall was when I did the subtimings on the manual one on 16 E-cores. But then the lows aren't quite so good, are they? But they're better up here. It makes a difference there. Yeah, 209 is good. I don't know. I think I need to go back to just XMP for now, and then maybe copy down the values and then tune the subtimings. Yeah, exactly. The TRAFI, I had it at 66,000 for this one, whereas these are like, I don't know, something 7,000 or something. I think it is. So maybe I just need to optimize that, the subtimings. I think that's all I need to do. Doesn't seem to be giving better results, overclocking the memory at all. Just keep what I've got and then do the subtimings. All right, I think that's where I'm at right now. So I don't rate the memory try it. That doesn't seem to do very much. Can you remember what I had in the Discord for the, what's this? Memory, benchmarks, max memory. remember what I had in the Discord for this last time. Let me pull up the Discord and see what I got in the memory section. Memory overclocking. Okay, here we go. I've got a picture of it. Let's see what I got. Start bench. Got 57 with 7,800 before. It's not even listing the megahertz. Why can't I even read the megahertz? Okay, well that's a lot lower. 52. Oh, that's a lot lower. And the latency? What's the latency? Hello? 60, and I was on 56 before. Yeah, I think I need to do some subtimings. So what are the timings on this? 36, 46, this is 45, 45. 36, 45. So that's lower, 125, 624T. That's actually tighter primary timings, which is interesting. Or 32. Is it going to make a difference if I have left E cores on this result now? I don't know. Yeah, but that's a lot worse. So I don't think that memory try it was a good thing. There is another one that you can set dynamic memory tuning. Let's get rid of the try it. Go back to autos, and then do the dynamic memory tuning. I don't even know what that's going to be. What's that going to do? It takes so long to shut down and restart. I really need a new operating system. I reckon it's either the XTU or it's the CyberPower weird thing that was running. I'm going to make myself a lunch in a sec. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wow, this takes so long to shut down. Something is weird about this. Still shutting down. Still shutting down. Come on, give me a white light on the motherboard. Okay, I've got the white light. Now I can start it up. It's crazy how long that took. Just to shut it down and go into the BIOS. Right, okay, so what were we doing? So that was the memory try it. That was this thing, where you can basically select a value that you want and it kind of auto does the cores. Is it going to change? Okay, so let's put that back. I think let's put that back. Yeah, let's put that back to auto. Fine. So there was another thing for memory. I've got XMP disabled right now. Load memory presets disabled. What's that? Whoa, who did that? Whose are these? Are these CyberPowers or are these MSIs or what? They're definitely not CyberPower. Look at this. Look at this. Gen 14, 10,000 on CL72. What? Okay. Are these like Game Boost presets or something? Oh, look at that one. Benchmark 7800 CL32. CL32 at 7800. Try that. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's quite high SA voltage. Again, where is any of this documented in the world? I'd love to know whether there's a repository of MSI stuff that they've... Load memory presets. RAM frequency. Do you think it'll even start up? F10 it. Wow. Look at all this. Wow, look at this. Who's done this? Is this CyberPower or is this MSI? It must be MSI. CyberPower don't go anywhere near 10,000 DDR5 frequency speeds. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just for the godlike ones. Yeah, presets. Do you reckon it'll only work with the godlike motherboard? CL32 7800. Yes, please. There's no way this will even start, will it? No way this will even start. Yeah, you're getting nightbotted, are you, too? That's funny. Is this going to even start? There's no way this is even starting, surely. Oh, I'm gonna get a non-post. There's no way this is posting. Still waiting. Orange at the moment, the light on the motherboard. Does that mean it's thinking? It's thinking about it. There's no way this is posting. 7,000, what is that? Do the calculation. 32 divided by 7,200 times 2,000. So 32 divided by 7,000, no, 7,800. 32 divided by 7,800 times by 2,000. That's 8.2 nanoseconds. G.Skill don't sell DDR5 under 9.4 nanoseconds. Yeah, look. No way that was working. What are they doing to get that to work? There's no way that was ever working. So what memory are they using for this? Well, hang on, not that one. This is a benchmark. Look. What memory are they using for that? Maybe I could try that one. So my XMP is 7,200 CL34. So do you reckon I could get away with 7,632? I'm certainly not going to be able to get away with these. 10,000. 1.8 volts going through your memory. Yeah, I'm going to fry it. I might be able to get away with this one though. Maybe even that one. Should we try this one? It's interesting, all the subtimings are not changing. It's only these. Let's try this one. As I said, yesterday we were running 7,800 at 1.5 volts, but it was CL36. I need to stand up. I don't know whether my standing up desk still works with this configuration or whether it's going to rip everything off of the... Let me try it. Why has it got heavier? Okay, some of that's a bit of a stretch, putting it mildly. Crikey, that's a bit stretched. I'm standing up now. Got my standing up desk. That booted! No way. No way. What are we running? Load it up, keep the timings lower, the voltage, that's what I'd do. Well, keep all those subtimings and then just play around with... Wow. 66, 67, 61, 61. So we're running right now 7,600, but we're running CL32. So what does that calculate as? So 32 divided by 7,600 times 2,000. 8.4 nanoseconds again. So we've gone from like 9.5 nanoseconds to 8.4 nanoseconds. Well, look at the yeah. I might keep all their subtimings. (32, 46, 46). What's my XMP? I can't remember the XMP. What did I have before? I was running 36, 46, 46, 58. 58's low. Wow, that is low. (26) here. Crazy low. There's no way this is going to be stable, is there? No way. This is going to crash very quickly. Let me see. No way this is going to be stable. I predict it'll crash within, throw an error within like 20 seconds. There's no way this is stable. There we go. 30 seconds it took before I threw an error. Now it's throwing tons. I might keep their subtimings though. I might keep all their subtimings. There's no way that that was working. Oh, I'm surprised they even posted, to be honest. That latency was so low. Oh, what's that doing? How do we get into that? How did I just get audio? Well, that was weird. How did I just get audio? Sorry, I don't even know why that's doing that. We need to restart. I noticed that was a lot quicker restarting. It was so quick it caught me off guard. So maybe it is the memory that's the problem causing the slowness for the restarting. Maybe we've got a memory setting on that's that shutdown thing that's causing a problem. The power down mode. Maybe it's the power down mode that's being slow. Maybe maybe the presets have turned off the power down mode. That seems way quicker. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Power down mode. Where are you? And it's turn off power down mode. Right down the bottom normally. It's on auto, so it hasn't turned that off. So why is it so much quicker rebooting now? What's it just done with those presets that... I don't know. But I'm thinking of keeping all these subtimings. Probably could go a bit further. There's a lot of them on auto. I mean, there's a lucky mode. What is lucky mode? And then you've got dynamic memory boost and real-time memory frequency. What? I mean, what's lucky mode? Load memory presets. Yeah, I'm not getting away with these. Might be able to get away with that. Might be able to get away with that. Tenet. So we're going to go lower than XMP, but we're going to go lower than the, so what is it, 7,000, do the calculation again. So now we're going 30 divided by 7,000 times by 2,000. 8.5. So we're going from 9.5 down to 8.5. Okay, load it up, keep the timings lower, the voltages. Oh, no, sorry. Real-time mem is for adjusting in Windows, if I'm not mistaken. So Windows changes the timing dynamically of the memory. Am I planning to become a big tweaker YouTuber? No, I'm not. Oh, look at that. Love that. God, I love that. That didn't work at all. I didn't like that. He did not like it. He did not like it. So these presets, I think, are a bit aggressive for this board, because obviously this BIOS is for, I don't know, is it specific to the board? But somebody somewhere has got Gen 14 10,000 CL72 running. Somebody somewhere. Maybe they're losing special cooling, but we're taking that off. We've tried the memory try it. We tried that, and it didn't crash, did it? Well, if you want the yeah, if you want the camera, I'll turn the camera on for you. Not the camera, I'll turn the video on. You can just watch the video while I do that. There you go. It's in everything. Hey, Ramesh. Yeah, so just to catch you up, Ramesh, from earlier, the benchmarks with me moving all the background processes to the eCores in Processor Sue was pretty much the same as not doing it. So it really didn't make much difference at all. So I'm not sure about that one. I'm on the fence a little bit about that. At the moment, we're just trying to find a decent overclock for the memory I've got. That's what we're trying to do. And there's a thing called lucky mode. I mean, but again, that's not exactly descriptive, is it? Lucky mode? Anybody know what lucky mode is? What do I do? Lucky mode. Yeah, so it's basically, it looks like it, yeah, exactly. It's not making any difference because it's already doing it. What does lucky mode do for your memory in advanced RAM configuration? No clue. What's memory force? Well, it doesn't do anything. That just tells you which they're in. Oh, wow, look at that, actually, look. There's like a bar to the right, the first. What does that mean? So the top bar is longer that way than the one below it. Does that mean I need to push the memory in a bit harder? What does that mean? Okay, lucky mode is for another training method for your RAM. So the ASUS memory tweak it program can change from time to time. Yeah, I know that, the memory tweak it thing. You can do it live. But I'm assuming, I don't know. I don't know what the equivalent for MSI is. I don't know. So yeah, I'll turn the camera off again. Sorry, there we go. You're not missing a lot. So there's lucky mode. Then there's user profiles. You can have a different profile for each DIMM. What? No, I don't want that. This used to be so simple in my old one. Dynamic memory boost. Real-time memory frequency. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Tempted to keep some of these subtimings, to be honest. They had before. Tempted to keep those. No, I don't want. Maybe I don't want to keep these. Look. I want the 7800 one. Where's that presets gone again? 7800. But I think that CL32 is too much. So that's set that to 1.5, which is fine. I don't mind running that. So maybe if I just tweak this a little bit now, I can get it stable. Maybe. Maybe. So it's running 32 with 7,000. I mean, given the thing comes with, yeah, that isn't happening, is it? Maybe 34. Might be able to get away with 34. Right, what did I have the timings down before? I need to go back to my thingy. So 46 auto, 46. TRAS was 125 before. And RFC is 624. Also that. RFC there, no clue. What is that RFC? RFC PB. Oh, okay, 507. So I had that there. And maybe... I don't want to go too high. I don't want to go max. What is max? Oh, okay, interesting. Right, what else we got? WR. Did I have before? WR. 118. Right, that's interesting. I can't even set it to 118. Yeah, I might just leave that. I might leave all these other timings alone. The REFI. 26. That seems very low for that. That seems incredibly low. I'll set that to the same as the 34. Yeah, I'm going to set that to the same as 34 there. I should be able to go too lower. So that seems way too low. So, okay, so we're on 7,800. That voltage, we've gone down, okay, the SA voltage has gone down. I think it manages the dynamic SA voltage on this one. I've pumped that up to 34. So that was maxed for TREFI. Wow, that's huge, that max. I might just set it to max. I don't know. Do I? So I've loosened all of those a bit. I might try and max the TRFI. See what that does. Right, okay. I've turned that. Right, anything else? Let me double check chat. Make sure that you guys aren't screaming at me. Okay. You can use memory tweak it with your MSO. It's just not for ASUS. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. So to enable the memory tweak it thing, what do I have to turn on? New memory OC feature lucky mode increases memory OC stability. Okay. So what do I choose here? 1, 2. What's changing? 3, 5. What do I want to do? 1. So we just try 1. I mean, it says here, enable a lucky mode item may enhance memory overclock stability. No clue. Let's try it. Random numbers. Let's go. Yeah, they didn't say what each mode does, sadly. Okay, well, thank you for looking it up, though. I appreciate the help. I really haven't got a clue how to overclock DDR5. As I say, I used to follow the guide on how to overclock DDR4, and that took a lot of man weeks to do, but I eventually got there. It kind of made sense. Yeah, well, I don't know. You're learning from my failures at the moment. Yeah, I need to run my standy up desk more often. It's really good. Is that the highest it can go? That is the highest it can go. Okay. Got my standy up desk. I don't know whether I can show you it. I don't think I can show you it from this angle. No, it didn't like that. It didn't look like that. I think I need to go mostly autos and then kind of drill in from there, to be honest. I think I need to start from basics. If I'm overclocking my memory, I need to start from the top. Hello.
Did you lose internet?
I don't think we've lost internet. I'm still streaming.
I mean, I lost.
Is it red on your router thing?
I think it's just mine though.
Only yours? Maybe closing the door lost the signal a bit. Check the one in the hall, Jakey. Sorry, internal issues. Try my timings. You might have to lower the TRFI. Your timings. I'd like to run 7,800. I think that's a decent amount for this. But then what do I do? I mean, look what this could go up to. My God. Okay, so we're going to turn off the memory benchmarks. We're going to turn those off. Turn those off. But we're going to do, where's the frequency gone then? RAM frequency auto. Okay, we'll set that to 7,800. And what frequency am I running for voltage? If I run auto voltage, is it going to help the overclock or not? Or should I just start at 1.5? It's 1.4 XMP at 7,200. Or should I start it? Yeah, once you found a stable memory timings, then only fiddle with the lucky mode. Okay, so do it afterwards. All right. Okay, I'll have to look that up later too. The amount of enable, disable, I feel you should load factory BIOS settings and go from there. I'll just send you a link on my, but yeah, it's deleted. Post it on the on my Discord. Post it in there. Post it in the memory section. You can post links in the memory section. I can see it from here. Where's the memory try it? I might go with the memory try it and then where's that? Have I RAM? So I might try the memory try it and then 7,800 CL36. I'll be happy with that. If I can get it stable. Memory fast boot when OC failed. Okay, so now do the, does that set the that's set the voltages, look, 1.45. Okay, we haven't gone up too high, so I'd be happy with that if we didn't just do the subtimings. CPU configuration. I need, right, there we go. Right, okay, so we've got 36, these are on auto, everything else is on auto. So, 30, 38, CWL. Okay, so that's what it's setting here. Where's the lucky mode? So you say leave the lucky mode off, even though I've got it stable in the first place. Is that what you're saying? Disable memory boost. Yeah. 36, 45, auto, 45, 125. I might bump up the REFI. To, what was it? What did that article say? It was 66,000. That's on auto. I don't really want that on auto. What did I have it on in the thingy? I had it on REFI. 624. Down 624. And the PCB I had 507. Okay, so just do the basics, I think. And then leave everything else on auto. Okay. Yep, try that. We're going to boot the computer, that would be nice. Yeah, I think I did turn off lucky mode, didn't I? I think I just did that. I think I did. The only setting you might have to change is if it doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me have a look. Where did you post it? Memory PC tuning chat? No. Oh, okay, there's your video. Have a look, June. While that's going, I'll watch it on the other one. I can't watch it on the main one because I won't be able to see it. I'm hear it, I mean. 50, okay. All right, I'm gonna have to skip. So you got it on what, 1.4 volts? So what are you running? 36, 44, 44, 52, 2. And you got the TREFI. That max 26,000. No, 262,000. I think that's probably max. There you go. Subscribe to you as well. Come on, computer, are you starting or what? Was it training? What's it doing? It's being very, very slow. No, it failed again. At some point, I think I'm just going to have to CMOS it. CMOS reset. I don't know. I need some food. I'm going to go and stick on XMP for now. And I'll jump into this a bit later again. But for now, I think I'm about to faint. So I think we're going to go back with XMP. And we're going to go turn everything off that we set in here. If I can find it. Auto. I think memory overclocking is a very, very large topic to delve into when I haven't eaten for ages. Memory try disabled. Boot. Lucky mode was disabled. Right, so it should be auto everything. Should be pretty much auto everything now. Just double check some of those profiles haven't set something sneaky at the end. No, I think that's fine. I think we're back to defaults. Check the voltages. Yeah, they're on auto. All right, I think I've reset everything there. I mean, what's memory Z? Oh, okay, that's just for seeing what the frequencies are for the bass stuff. Okay. All right, I think that's fine. 10 that. So enabled that. Auto, disabled. Auto. Okay. Right, I think I'm going to get some lunch. I need to go and cook my steak. It's an old video. I've got 8,000 running, but I'm on Apex. Yeah, I wish I was on Apex. I wish I got that encore, but as I say, I can't. Wasn't an option, unfortunately. Right, so I'll be back a bit later to do some more overclocking and testing. Also, I'm wondering whether the next thing I should do is actually just dual boot and install the new Windows. Maybe that should be the next thing I should do. Maybe. Come on. Okay, it should boot up with XMP. If it doesn't, I'm definitely CMOS reset. Alright. Again, why do I get audio? Oh, that's weird. Where's it getting the audio from? Considering I'm not sending it to the monitor. Because I haven't... Oh, maybe it's going in through the HDMI instead. Yeah, reinstall Windows after you stable the BIOS. Well, the BIOS is fine, I think now. With XMP and the CPU changes I've made, I think we're fine. I don't see a problem. I mean, I've run. It should be fine. Should not be a problem. But the problems now happen when you're changing the core numbers with a memory overclock. But the XMP seems to have got around that. So I think we are stable. I'm just trying to be greedy at the moment and having faster memory, because that's the best score I've got in the Capframe X. 33,000. Yeah, so that's about right. So that's about what we normally get. But yeah, so just to recap where we were at. This is what we've run today. So the best score has been with that overclocked 7,800s. So that's what I was trying to kind of get back to. But then that wasn't happy when we went on to the 4E cores. We were getting crashes. So I kind of took that one away. But then since then, pretty much hyper-threading off. No, wait. No. That's with hyper-threading off as well. No, it's not. That's with hyper-threading on. So the best one there has been with hyper-threading on, 8E cores, just 7,200 XMP. We tried using that memory try it with the 7,800, and that didn't get quite as good results. But everything else here is look, XMP. XMP. So that's pretty much been the best one. But we're saying that we got, what was the this one here? Hyper-threading on CPU sets. I think that's what we're running at the moment, this one here. Because it's got the 209 for the lows, which is quite a bit better than even the top ones. So I think that's the one we're running at the moment. But I mean, look at the difference between average FPS. 359.3, 359.3, 359.3, 359.3, 359.3. I mean, it's tiny. It's margin of error level. I mean, if I was to sort by the third one, what's actually the best lows then? The one I'm running at the moment. Hyper-threading's on. The CPU sets with all the rules in Process Lasso. XMP. And half the number of E-cores, so 8 E-cores. So that's pretty much what I'm running right now. That is what I'm running right now. And then you can see how that compares. That's that 14, that's 1357. That's that one. That one, yeah, this one here. So I should probably post this on the Discord somehow. How am I going to do that? To compare against, where can I copy that? I'm not sure I've got Discord on this one. Have I got Discord on here? Yeah, I do. I'll post that on the Discord, just so everybody else can compare their results to it. Well, this is slow. Did I not double click it? Is it being slow, or am I just seriously not double clicking fast enough? Okay, apparently I wasn't double clicking fast enough. My hands are so cold. Compare your PC performance. I'll paste that. Best so far. So you can see the what are my P5s? The 1% lows, 310. And let's have a look what Impeccable got for 1% lows. 277. So, but that's on an AMD system. That's on the 70A X3D, but tuned. But yeah, that's a decent, much better lows in comparison. I should actually put that on as well, shouldn't I? Do sensor data. Oh, print screen. Oh wait, let's bin that. Change it to FPS. And say copy. And gives you a bit more information. There you go. So that's my best so far. So anyone beat that? I'd say best to do all benchmarks on a clean Windows install. Also, yeah, but the thing is, yeah, I'm going to. But the thing is, what I'm doing, change one thing, compare it to how it was before, and that still applies even on a badly set up system. It doesn't matter how rubbish or good the starting system is if you change one thing and you benchmark before and after, you know whether that one thing is better or worse. And that's basically the whole everything I do in my tuning guide is based on that. Right, okay, lunch, I'm on my steak. So thanks for watching, everyone. Hopefully you can tune in again a bit later and you can help me with some more Windows installs and memory overclocking. And by Christmas, I should have a nice, fast, stable system. Yay! All right, guys, have a good one. I'll catch you a bit later. Bye for now.